Can you hear me? Is that an issue? Oh, that's the wrong camera. Uh-oh. I'm using the wrong camera. Probably sounds like I'm talking from 13 miles away. Hi, Tim. Tim's here. Hi, Tim. 7 miles. At most, for sure. Sorry, everybody. I had this all fixed, and it did not save. I swear I try and be... what's the right word? Prepared. The one... isn't it? It isn't great. I will acknowledge you. The one below. Hello. How's it going? At some point, I will actually be able to acknowledge you in a way where it doesn't sound like I'm yelling, I'm yelling down a hallway. Ox, Mike. Yeah, for sure. Of course, I see audio devices, but of course it's only for the computer. I guess that would technically be for the computer. Check, check, check. Checking the mic. Okay, there we go. Okay. That should fix it. Is it fixed? Did I do it? Did I fix it? Am I fixed? Can I no longer curse the world with my spawn? It was definitely the webcam mic for a second there. Yes, you are correct, Rylan. I believe I fixed it. That's worse. Oh, even better. Oh, it's the wrong... Hold on. I know what's wrong.
It helps if you put the right microphone in the setting. That should be good. There it is. Yeah. Hi guys. You guys are vaguely aware of me, I would imagine. You know, I'm kind of becoming something that is yeah, don't pay attention to this camera. You're going to get motion sick. What is happening? Okay, there we go. Whee! All right, so yeah, no kidding. You're not wrong. The one below, the crotch. Listen, don't look at that. Okay, I'm a taken man. Okay, you can't look at that. Okay, so it was brought to my attention that when we were doing the stream at Squad Goals, I got some compliments. I thought people were really quite interested in some of the stuff I was doing, so I figured I would start doing stuff for the network on here more consistently. So here I am. Yay! I've been complimented as a fairly okay painter, so hopefully I'll be able to teach you guys some stuff. Yeah, my current mission these days is to just everything on the desk needs to be painted because my desk looks like a war zone. I won't show you a picture of it. I took a thumbnail picture of it, so if you're really curious, if I get enough bits, I guess I'll I'll do an aerial shot of the desk. It's a thing. So Rylan, the reason that the paper's so small is I have a bunch of these from the Army Painter wet palette, and this is the new Gamer Envy wet palette, so I just have been slowly working through the smaller ones because I have no intention of keeping them, but for what I do, they're fine. They work the same. and it's mostly just me trying to get rid of them because I'm compulsive, I guess. I need to make sure I get rid of all this stuff. Why are you so little? Yeah, I went there. Okay, so currently on the desk, Kara's here as well, so you might hear her talk in the background. Don't get the wet palette. What's the paper on? You don't put the you sure don't. You don't put the paint right on the sponge.
Your mic is peaking.
I don't care. I don't care if it's peaking. So, Rylan, please! I'm having enough trouble with everything else. Give me a break. Listen, it doesn't matter. I clean the thing out. I put soap in it. It's fine. Usually I just spit on it. Okay, so what we're going to do is currently I've been painting some winter Russians because locally there is some bolt action. Excitement. Rylan, if you're being honest about that, I am so sorry. Oh my gosh. You are not live. Never. Well, you know, whatever. It's a joint effort. So anyway, currently there is a new edition of Bolt Action right around the corner. Third edition is coming, so there is a local excitement for it. It does help Spidey. It does help Spidey for sure. The dirty water. I just pour a little vodka, like, you know how I say I spit in it. I just take a swig of vodka, just spritz it straight from my mouth. I take it as a compliment. Blah, blah, blah. Thanks, man. Okay, so yeah, so third edition Bolt Action is coming. So I have decided that I wanted to play Winter Russians because a friend of mine, we have been playing Bolt Action locally at my house, and he's very sad because he never gets to play as Fallschirmjäger because I'm usually always playing Germans. So I figured I'd give him a break. We figured we'd do the Stalingrad stuff. So currently, and I also got a microphone where I don't have to figure out which direction is up. Thanks to Tim for that. So thanks PCN Daddy for helping us out in that regard. So I was painting these guys last night right after I finished setting up all the stuff for the stream, which I definitely did. And it didn't save, so if you come on here and again it looks completely different, don't panic. They're not crazy. I actually did change everything. But I have been painting the metal support models that have come in the like support box. So right now we got like the medic, we got a mortar, we have one of the our observers. It could be air or artillery. I've already done some of them, just because again I've been desperately trying to clear off my desk from all the crud that I got to get rid of. And then I also have like the mortar support guy and the MMG, so machine gun. So what we're going to do today is we're going to finish up the ones for the coats that I've already been doing. So when you do a historical army, the advantage that you'll usually get is that the uniforms are not very uniform, and especially with the Russian army, they have this tendency to have equipment that was not uniform for a variety of reasons. So we are going to paint the coats differently in that they will be different shades of brown and different shades of like khaki because they were different colors. So we're just going to kind of finish these guys up, and with enough time, who knows? I might be painting until like 2 in the morning. I don't know. It's just how I feel. That's usually when I stop painting anyway. I'm not sure if that's going to mess with the algorithms if I start painting into another day. But we'll figure that out as we go. It's not that big a deal. So this is actually one of my favorite models from the Metal Russian Winter. I got to figure out how this thing focuses. This is one of my favorite ones. I really, really dig the boxes he's sitting on and all that stuff. So essentially, all that we have left on this guy is we have to do the khaki, which is what this green color is. So the Russian khaki colors have this tendency to have this like green tint to them. There's a lot of different kinds of khaki that you can paint. Green is probably the most common that you'll see in the military, but depending on what you're painting, you'll get different shades of it. So this actual coat is highlighted with a khaki. Probably one of the same khakis that we'll actually use, and this one was more of like a brown base coat, and so you'll actually see the difference between a green khaki and a brown khaki on the same model, but it'll be a really cool way to like kind of tie them together that people might kind of find it interesting. And then after that we got to do the black, where we'll paint the guns, because if you paint guns silver, don't talk to me, because guns usually are not silver. I know there are guns that are silver, but usually guns that are made for wartime purposes are usually black.
You can paint them silver and then paint black over them.
No, you can, but that is not how I do it. That's a barbaric way to do it. I don't know why you would do that. So, and then after that, we got to do the inside of the actual phone, which is black in this case, and then we're going to do skin. So one of the cool things that I get to teach you guys is everybody's usually saying that the way I paint skin is something like one of the highlights of a lot of the ways I paint models. So when we get there, it'll actually be a good way to show you essentially how to do skin. So actually, if anything, let's just start with that. So I am sponsored by Monument Hobbies. So if you want to use some of the same colors that I use the code Professional Casual in all caps at checkout, and boom, you get yourself a swanky little discount just like me. And if you need help picking what colors you want to use, just keep me posted. I own almost all of them. They're great. They're slowly replacing every color that I have. So the cool thing about humans is that you can have variety of shades. So even if you were to switch up how you painted the skin colors of your army, it'll all tie in just because humans have a tendency to look different. So what I've been doing lately is I've been using Shadow Flesh. One of my other primary go-tos with Flesh has always been Shadow Flesh by Panzer Ace. Panzer Ace is a really, really good paint line. Can be kind of a... It used to be a real big pain in the butt to get a hold of in America. I think it's a lot easier now. I've actually seen it in some stores. But Panzer Aces is usually a great source for like historical type paints. This one's a little darker, obviously. So if you want to paint more weathered people, I always say go with a stronger base coat. So if you have somebody who's been through the war longer or is just like an older individual, you usually want to go with a bit of a darker color. So I'm going to use Shadow Flesh for this one. So pop it open, pop out. So something that I know that Tim will never do is what you do is you just take a tiny bit of paint and you just dab it in there, just a little dot.
It's okay. Some of us need more paint than others.
That's fine. Just again, I'm not going to talk about it. So I have a real cruddy brush. These are old bomb wicks. These are Monument Hobbies. They're the exact same thing. These are called the Igniters. I don't know if they're still called the same thing, but they are the same type of brush. But these are Kolinsky Sables. I've been using these things for so long that this thing is barely a brush. I usually use it for base coats, but it has just enough of a point left to its poor little name that it's a great base coat brush. So you just take that dark color, you get in there, and you slap it around on top of their skin. Now, because I've painted stuff on this model already, I just want to be careful, not get any extra paint on anything that's already been painted. And I will also teach you guys how to do like 5 o'clock shadows, which is something that really, really enhances faces because it makes them look much, much more realistic. And that is something that you can use on any kind of model. So even if you're painting like a superhero, like if you were to do like a Captain America or whatever, right? Anybody who has like an exposed chin, it's a great way to give it a little more like character, and that maybe he's had a rough day, hasn't had time to go home and shave.
But remember, those female characters could have PCOS and be growing a beard too. So.
I suppose if you would like to have the inclusivity of a female with PCOS, that's a great way to do it. That's true. Or going through menopause. And just like how Tim is a professional, like banker or whatever, I'm actually a professional doctor. So that's always something like it's sort of fun conversation.
Yeah, Dr. D, what kind of doctor are you?
I treat the human spine, chiropractor. And then, of course, if you guys have any questions, I'm way better at paying attention to the stream than Tim will ever be. So just ask, and I'll see if I can help you out.
Got our late night fans on tonight, huh?
Yeah, we're going to get real late night stuff, so it's roughly about 30. And if anything, if you just want to have me in the background while you paint, that's also great. This will usually be a Monday thing. This Monday is a little weird because I have to make a trip.
And it's a holiday.
And it is a holiday. Usually a holiday wouldn't stop me unless I was doing something, but this one in particular I have to travel. So the usual streams will be on Mondays. They should be pretty reliable. If not, I might even do I might even just do Sundays sometimes too, just because most of the time, if it's at night, I'm probably sitting at my desk painting anyway. So it's not exactly like a big sacrifice of my time, because I'm probably going to be doing this anyway.
Hey, did you put any cool music on while you stream?
I don't think so. That might have been something we could do if the stream had decided to save.
That's fair.
And one of my usual rules of thumb is whenever you are painting, you always want to try and go from the inside out.
I always forget to do that.
What?
I always forget to do that.
So when you're painting, it's usually a good idea to start with whatever is closest to the skin, including the skin itself. Because when you do that, you're much more likely to finish things in an order where you're not going to have spillage on the rest of your painted model. Sacrifice one of the best. It's in fact not Monday. That's true, Alyssa.
Genius.
I might be a 2-day streamer, to be honest. I can't let Tim get away with constantly leading the network with all the things he does. If I send you a model, you paint. Yeah, if you paint me a model, yeah, it depends on what it is. I mean, if you send me the Galactus from Marvel Zombies, no, no.
We have one of those of our own.
Yeah, we sure do. If the queue gets too big, I might have to charge. Sorry, was one of the business. I just wouldn't. I said 4 things you comment on. Sacrifice is one of the best. I mean, it is. What did you want me to comment about? I saw it. I mean, what do you want me to say? I don't play that game. That's not true. I still do play MCP, contrary to what everybody thinks. But this isn't the place, Tim. This is where we talk about painting. I don't know.
What's Timmy trying to talk about?
Tim wants to talk about cards and MCP.
Oh.
I mean, I can agree with you if it makes you feel better. So Tim, here's the only lesson you need to learn today. So I'm gonna paint 4 models, and that was how much money I put on the palette. That right there. And this is gonna be what I use to mix.
Mine has lots more paint on it.
I mean, I can definitely comment on everything. There's only 30 people in here. I mean, I get it that usually there's more people in your streams, Tim, but usually they're not talking. It's usually just me. It's like me, Xpaxis, Tisdale.
Sometimes I pop in.
Sometimes Kara pops in. Chuck. Chuck does talk on there quite a bit. Chuck being, He's commenting. That's true, he does. So I'm assuming that there was a name change. I'm pretty sure I know who he below all is. The one below all. Hi, Will. What am I working on? I'm working on World War II Russians. For now. You never know what I'm going to work on next. Because when I do stuff and I'm waiting for things to dry, you never know what I'm going to do next. But obviously, a lot of the stuff I paint is going to be applicable to anything. So even if you don't exactly paint historical stuff, I will be doing my usual way of painting, like concrete basing and all that stuff. So that is exactly straight out of the book how I paint MCP bases. So a lot of the things I am going to hopefully be going over is going to be applicable to like a lot of different things. And weirdly enough, this stream will be a good way for me to go over all the things that I can't go over in the like tutorials. Yeah, I know. No, Tiz, I knew it was you. I'm just saying, it's a very fitting name. Twitch won't let me put in timeout. Oh, it's fine, Briar. It's okay. Chuck, I know you try your best. I'm not worried about you. Also, we need to solve the the long debate of do you. I'm pretty sure I've heard you say you don't care if I call you Chuck. Because you're one of the people whose opinions I actually really value. So if you don't like calling me being called Chuck, just give me a heads up. It is fitting. There was a very meme-worthy joke that happened at Squad Goals that is currently being played out in the chat. The memes are strong with these ones. And I'm going to do my best to keep this thing in the camera, but I can't promise anything. I'm only human. Also, anybody who was watching the live painting of the Corgo at Squad Goals, I did finally finish it. I can show it off here in one sec. And as you can see, it's still kind of hot as butts in my own house, but the paint is actually staying on there. Oh my God, it's Will! That is in the wrong spot. That should definitely be in front of everything else. Let's fix that. Whee! There you go. Will, I'm sorry you didn't get all the attention you deserved on that one.
Like the first one on your stream.
That's true. Will, you are the first resubscribe. Congratulations, buddy. It is not a Bushido model. If you want a Bushido model, I do have one. Again, this is part of Operation Clear My Desk. I do have a Bushido model. Crud, where did I put it? Maybe I did put it away. Oh, here it is. I have one right here. No, that's Knopf. He's Infinity. This is a Bushido model that I was like almost done with. Actually, if anything, if we have enough time, I might just finish her. This is from Temple, who is currently the best faction in the game. And at some point, I might start slowly pulling in some of the models I've already painted, because they're good examples for things I've already done. But one of my favorite blues, I use this a lot for my Infinity stuff too. Blue and green works really well for the monks. I'm sorry, Will. Listen, I'll be honest with you, I forgot where I put the bigger paper. I'm trying to get through the small one so I can throw stuff away. Monks are good, yeah. Monks are very, very good. We
might find it someday.
Yeah, we will at some point. So this is the model that I painted at Squaggles. It's now done. The basing's all done. I put gloss on the glassy things. Pretty. It ain't winning no awards, but peaches, 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 peaches. I love you. Actually, just left karaoke before I came here. We were doing karaoke before I came on the stream. So, obviously not like any award winner, but it's fun to paint sometimes, you know, to paint for just fun. But I actually think this OSL came out really good, where it's believable. I don't know if I can get more focus on there, but as you can see, like right about there, it actually looks like there's light coming off of that sucker. So, another one for the finish pile. Show me. Amateur hour. Jeez. Unprofessional stream. Okay, so I'm all caught up. Alright, so now what you do is you turn up the air conditioning in your house.
Do you need me to do that?
I'll do it right now. Thankfully, when you have a great girlfriend who connects your house to your phone, you don't have to get off your butt. It's great. It says it's 71 in here.
Yeah. I mean,
that's
right
malarkey.
there.
That's malarkey.
We'll put it on 69.
Yeah, it's on 69. Nice.
Nice.
I mean, Ben, you got to introduce your girlfriend at some point. I heard that you and Alyssa are no longer dating. I'm sorry. It's because you got married before I get yelled at. Oh, there is a hydrate. That's right. Crud. Give me a cider, I guess. Do we have any more?
Huh?
Do we have any more ciders?
Yeah.
I guess.
It says turn off the autofocus on your camera.
Okay, turn off autofocus. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that that joke was clear. All right, I do have a liquid. All right, sorry. I saw the hydrate and I okay, there we go. So here we go.
That's not hydrate, because it's not water.
When I lose care, it's all gonna go down. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Yep, here we go. Okay, I see the dad joke redeem. So, stop me if you've heard this one. Who can drink 5 liters of petrol and not get ill? Jerry can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven. 9. There's a painting stream, by the way. Oh, I gotta do the ventriloquist thing. All right, well, you gotta redeem another joke. I already did a joke. I hadn't seen no redeem. All right, here we go. All right, then somebody redeem the hydrate. All right, where's the hydrate? I've got to finish the whole joke. Come on, we got to... I already did all the hydrates. Hydrate, Dad, what are you talking about? I just watched it. There we go. Okay, here we go. There we go. That was 3. 6. 7.
You're not sleeping tonight.
Why do I need to sleep? I'm gonna be pissing like a racehorse. That's what I'll be doing.
Sleep in the shower.
All right, there we go. The Hill Hydrate was good. I hope that was worth it. Okay, so anyway, back to painting. So now we have one of my favorite skin tones, basic skin tone from Model Vallejo. It's got enough of that pink. I didn't bubble the drinks. I was telling a joke, Tim. Those hydrate skills. You just unhinge your jaw. You just shovel it into your mouth hole. All right. So one of the keys here for having believable skin is you don't want to go straight to this color, because if you do, it's gonna create like a too high of a contrast. What you do is you take that, put it on the side, take a little dip, just dip, potato chip, and then you find a good mid-tone that you're relatively happy with. Again, I'm not super worried about precision, because a lot of the stuff I'm painting is not near, or it's not close enough to anything that I'm worried about getting spillage on, so I'm just going to use the same brush. Okay, so tattoos, that's a tricky thing. So there's a few different ways that you can do it. I'll be honest, painting tattoos is something that I have not really quite mastered myself. But
Transfers.
the implications of it are pretty universal. Actually, that's not a terrible idea. Transfers, Kara did say that. It's not a terrible way to do it. The problem is that if you are looking for more of like an age tattoo, the stark colors of it are going to look kind of weird. So what you do...
Micro pen might work.
Yeah, a micro pen might work. Well, whatever. However you want to put it on there. What you do, there's a couple different ways you can do it. You can paint it with all the colors that you want to do, and then you can essentially, what's the right word? It would be like, not layer, glaze. You could glaze a skin tone on top of it so that it gets more like skin tone-ish, I guess. Another way you can do it is the colors that you're using for the tattoo, mix in the skin tone color with it. That knock thing doesn't work on me. I'm doing this in a basement, and nobody ever wants to come visit me. Dylan, you're not a master at tattooing. Your band expects me to do. Hey, I don't know. He's your husband. I can't control him. Kara may eventually also have a mic. Oh.
Tim said I didn't need one.
Yeah, you guys should be able to hear everything she says off my mic, that's for sure. I don't know how to make it so you guys can hear that. Yeah, I'm gonna say today the bit redeems. I might not be able to get you guys to be able to hear. Also, if you're watching my stream, I will be licking the brush, and if you have a problem with it, I don't care. What are you gonna do? Sub about it? I probably would have to turn on desktop noises, but if you do that, you're gonna hear the awful music I'm listening to. Sound alerts browser source. Got it. Okay. You should be able to hear it now. I will not eat a banana on stream for a variety of reasons. Okay, did you hear the wow? Wow. Did that fix it? Peaches, 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 peaches. I love you. Oh. Wow. Alyssa just makes her own content. She's quite the contributor to the PCN brand. You're probably not wrong. But you're painting in camera. I don't know what that means. I think it's funny. I will do that. 100%, I will do that. I guess you might also want to make a redeem specifically for telling a dad joke while being waterboarded. Now that I'm here, we got the real party can get started. You know what I'm saying, Fry Man? Except that bill. That bill is very real. You need to pay me. I'm also getting back into Malifaux, so at some point Malifaux models will be making their way onto the stream. So if anybody's curious about that, Malifaux models are great. Very, very thematic for sure, especially if you like Renaissance era type painting. I actually played Malifaux today. I have not played since probably late 2nd edition. Malifaux remains the only event I've ever actually been able to win. I played a lot of Malifaux back in the day. I really enjoy Bushido, but I'm not good at it. I have a tendency to go 2-1 in that one. Yes, Alyssa, am I coming to ACO? No, I'm not sure. I have no reason to go to ACO as far as like gaming reasons, as far as I know. But because if there was Infinity, I would definitely go. I'm also in the middle of. People do play Malifaux. I play Malifaux. If you were local, you could play with me. Oh, what'd you think of it, Alyssa? Did you like Bushido? Bushido's a good game. It's. I don't know how to like say it. It's combo centric. It's a lot less of like samurai dueling in the middle of the board as it is to like who can do the coolest combo. Which is fine if that's what you like. Hey, bro, I would definitely do karaoke at ACO. I mean, we just left karaoke, so I have no problem getting in front of people and singing Tenacious D. And I am going to be switching jobs soon, which is exciting. I'm going to be buying my own practice here, hopefully, pretty soon. So, oddly enough, I might actually just get certain days of the week off. Because, that's how it works. So, if I get Mondays off, hell, there might be just a 24-hour stream. Just painting all day. That's good for you, Spidey. I'm in Massachusetts, so if you're anywhere near Massachusetts, I would gladly play with you. Thank you, Will. Yeah, I'm excited to buy my own practice. It's working for somebody else has made me slowly lose my friggin' mind. These past couple weeks have been stressful. Let's put it that way. Played 6-7 years ago like twice. Didn't like it then. It was okay now. In a lot of ways, obviously, a lot of personal opinions come into it in that regard. I think that as far as general playability, I might actually agree with you that MCP is probably better. Just because of the fact that it's a lot easier to kind of like pick up. I mean, if you want me to. I can crack anyways back anywhere. Not legally. I might push really hard and there might be a cracking noise, okay? But I definitely didn't adjust you in the state of... I did not practice chiropractic in the state of New Jersey. I definitely did not do that. That would be bad. ACO karaoke, the grossest bar. I'm assuming Trop is one of the bars at ACO. That's the funny thing is I'm not much of a bar guy. $60 viewers! Hey guys! Welcome. Hopefully you like painting and dad jokes. That's what I got in spades. So my hope is that one day, if I can become popular enough a popular enough painter, I could convince Jason to do a Monument Hobby paint line for me. Maybe I'll get my own little box for the Dr.D Deeezaster Zone. So again, we are painting Russians. I've never played Test of Honor. I can't say which one is better or not. I have been curious about Test of Honor, but if I were to get another miniatures game in my house, I would be angry at myself. I'm not even worried about Kara's opinion of it, because I would hate myself if I did that. And, you know. Are you going to bed? Kara? Anyway. I saw somebody type something. Gross Spar, good luck cracking all. My giggly fat, jiggly fats. Well, just so you know, the biggest person I ever adjusted, Ben, was, I want to say he was like 450 pounds. Yeah. I want to say he was 450. He's a big boy. He's a big construction worker. And very, very much a potty mouth, that's for sure. Is there only one gun on the base? Currently, this model, there is no gun because it's a medic. So unfortunately, there's no gun on this one. This one also no. Oh, he's got a PPSH on his back. He's got the old submachine gun, and then this one, he's got a mortar, which I don't know if a mortar technically counts as a gun because it's artillery. I guess it's called artillery gun. I guess it's technically a gun. I care a lot about Kara's opinion. She's one of the very few who could convince me that maybe what I was doing is wrong.
You hollering at me?
Yeah, I was asking if you were going to bed.
No. Just not watching it down here so it doesn't pick up on the street.
Got it. Appreciate it. Oh, and you guys might even get doggy viewings, too. If anybody here is on the Arachne Facebook group, Chunk, while I was painting one day, his brother, Loki, wanted to jump on my lap like he usually does because he's very much a lap dog. Chunk got jealous, and in a very rare display of willingness to get in my lap, he actually wanted to jump into my lap, which I had never seen before. So that was interesting. So you guys might get dog views on here. And if this becomes popular enough, I might even put a camera down there where the dog sleeps. He's not there right now, but I know Rob Bear of Long War fame, on his stream, there was a cat camera, because he does love his cats. Do you have a spine at that point? Apparently. Yeah, so for the record, the funny thing is the guy would talk about his back, in that his back was actually, oddly enough, fine. But since he was so big, his low back, like where his like sacrum, so like that's the butt bone, was getting like kind of squished. So he was having an issue of having a squish butt. Classic squish butt syndrome. I burped into the mic, I'm sorry. Oh, gifted sub. PCN Sentinel Dad. PCN Sentinel Dad. Hey, everybody thank Sentinel Dad for fighting for a affiliation that is just never doing so well. Can't join. Arachnophobia. Listen, technically Arachne wasn't always a spider. She used to be a lady. She was a lady who was very pretty. Zeus, I think the story of Zeus, I forget the exact reason. Athena turns her into a spider. I'm pretty sure it's Athena. Because she was really good at making stuff. I'm pretty sure it was pots originally. So then she got turned into Arachne, and so
pot maker.
So she got turned into a spider. Now she makes like spider webs. She is in Hades too, by the way.
Dirty pot maker.
And I had a woo moment when she came into the game. I was like, "Oh, there's Arachne's in the game."
He did. I can confirm.
I'm not scared of bananas. They're just disgusting and not good for you. Wow. That's true. that's very true. Hold on a sec. I gotta market this stuff. It's just Thena, no A. Is it? I don't think it's true. Spiders are friends, not food. It's true. Except Tim's. I mean, technically, a lot of Greek mythos is God turning people. Yeah, you're not wrong.
True.
They're not wrong. Yep. So, I think the weird thing about Athena is that I'm not sure Zeus seduced her. Like that's usually the story is like, oh yeah, Zeus came down, he turned into a swan, had relations with a lady. Hera gets upset about it, turns somebody into a goat or whatever. But I don't think that's what happened to Arachne. I'm sure Arachne was I just think she was really good at something, and Athena got upset about it. Usually, if because the stories of like the Greek gods is always like a mortal says like, oh, I'm better than the gods at something, and then the gods are like, oh, is that right? Well, now you're a catfish. So what do you think of that, idiot? I bet you didn't think that was gonna happen.
You're the best catfish ever.
Now you're a catfish who's the best at hula hooping. Take that, idiot. Also, Zeus freaking turning into an ant. I don't remember that story. Knee bobs, rack knees. Odd brain freaking out for a second. Text to speech. It'll be fixed. Them TTS clips gonna be weak sauce for the summer. So you guys are just not hearing the clips, from what I understand. I swear to God, this. Yeah, because if I turn on desktop audio, you guys are gonna get the music I'm listening to. Which I can turn that off, I guess.
Don't forget to do this.
Yeah, I know. Sound alerts. outside. Because that's gonna get me copyrighted. I was listening to Travis Tritt. It's a great day to be alive when the sun's still shining across my eyes. Times in the neighborhood. Why can't every day be just as good? I don't know if I get in trouble for singing this song.
You're gonna have to sing it a little bit better to get in trouble.
Okay, well, there you go. I will never be in trouble then. Everything's gonna be A-okay. Well, that's good. Thanks for the clarification. Well, if anybody plays a Redeem Now, tell me if you hear it. Well, yeah, Myrmidons were the warriors that followed Achilles? Why is that still behind everything? Alright, did you guys hear that? Okay, that worked. Cool.
Peaches, 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 peaches.
I love you. Oh. My neighbors are probably gonna hate me.
Dogs hate you.
What? Yeah, Bobby's fine.
Thor put his paws over his ears.
Oh, that's not very nice.
He was like, whoa.
According to Greek mythology.
Okay, so according to Greek mythology,
Dylan can't sing.
that's fair. Dylan can't sing worth a crap. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to have a list of Greek mythology references. Oh
According
gosh.
to Greek mythology, yellow doesn't stick to black.
Yeah, that's true. Kara discovered that today. Peaches, 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 peaches.
You're not my dad!
You're not my dad. Heard the call. Okay.
God, Dr.D Deeezaster sent us live on YouTube.
Wow.
You're not my dad!
Oh, that's true. There's a mixed multi-stream chat. Is there people talking? Sorry, if anybody's been talking to the other things, I have no idea.
I don't think anybody's used to him watching the other ones either. Because I tried
That's
talking
fair.
to him once and he didn't respond.
You're not my dad!
You're not my dad. Alyssa, I don't want to be your dad.
Why doesn't that sound more like your voice?
You're not my dad. Because I imitate something. I forget what show it was where he's just like, "You're not my dad."
No, you say you're not my real dad.
You're not my real dad. That's true. You're not
You're
my.
not my dad!
You're not my real dad. Since the accident. Okay, the thing does come up. Does it sound like it's playing? It must.
You're not my dad!
It must sound like it's playing twice. Because there's two. Let me delete that one.
You're not my dad!
Yeah, that sounds better. Alyssa, I don't want to be your dad. Sounds like it's playing through the stream, which is good. I don't know what that means, but if it's good, I did that.
You're not my dad!
I guess this is gonna be the Dylan equivalent of a hydrate. Elvis, I don't want to be your dad.
You're not my dad!
Did she really? I think so. These are bits. She's sleep deprived. Listen, man, I get it. I grew up on the streets. I get it. Melissa, are you okay?
You're not my dad!
I think she wants somebody to let her call her daddy.
I mean, yeah, Kara. I don't know if I want to talk about that on stream. I might get in trouble. Kara, Melissa, do you want me to call you dad? Your husband, your ex-boyfriend is right there.
You're not my dad!
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ben, I'm sorry. I don't know what she wants me to do. There comes a time in every man's life where he has to call another man's wife daddy. Well, I'm glad you guys are entertaining yourselves. I was thinking that me painting this might be a little boring, but I think you guys have made your own entertainment.
All you have to do is show up.
That's true. 80% of it is showing up.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you, Daddy.
Blow into your retirement.
Okay, so as a good example, take that off the screen. That's my distracting. Okay, so this is just the base coat, the one mix, and then the pure skin. I hope not. God, I hope not. On that subject, actually, that's a whole other thing we can talk about in a second. But as you can see, even just with three different colors, like the same color, so we have the two colors that we've just made. Thanks, Tim. I am very stoic. I appreciate that. So with just these two colors and a little bit of mix in there, you can create a lot of depth. And as you can tell, I really enjoy the shadow flesh with this because it really creates a great realistic contrast of him having like that the redness to his skin. Because if you don't have that red to it, that's what tends to make it look flat. That's very true, Tim. He's talking about Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. Considered one of the most important members of the Stoic philosophy. So anyway, when you have that, you could actually probably just stop right there. That's fair. But again, I'm addicted to the contrast. So what you do is you get, again, Panzer Aces. I have Highlight Flesh. I've had this sucker for a very, 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 very long time, and it's survived.
You suck.
Suck! Yeah, we suck. Thanks, Alyssa. That's nice. Thank you. That was very nice of you. So you take this. Now this color is very, very strong. And again, you just want to have like a little dot. You don't want to have a whole lot of this paint. Faustinian Snack, new fall. Oh, oh, is that the new follower? Is there a new follower sound, Tim? I haven't heard that one. Thank you, Faustinian. Faustinian snack. Actually, speaking of philosophy, thank you for the follow, Faustinian. Is that a new noise, Tim? I don't recognize that one. So anyway, what you do is you take that mid-tone, you really spread it out, you grab some of that highlight, and you just want to tinge it. And on this thing, you probably can't even really tell the difference in that, but it's definitely a lot more highlighted. I've never heard that noise before. You never heard that noise? Okay, that wasn't just me. Well, good. You know what, Faustinian Snack? Congratulations. You're the first person to have that noise, so... I said, hey, what's going on? Always gotta love a good classic He-Man meme. So anyway, you take this, you put it on the thingies, and you want... His name is Johnson! And you just hit the little edges so that it creates more depth. So... this is going to be mostly top of the nose, like the nose bridge, maybe the brow line if it's showing. Top of cheeks, little bit of lip, just a little bit of that lip. And then you go to the other hand, just get the highlights of it. You got to make sound effects. Bob Ross taught me that. It does not work if you do not make the sound effects. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, but Dylan, how are you going to make it so that they look different even though it's very, very cold outside because you're painting models that are at Stalingrad, one of the places that was historically freezing? And I'll tell you, person with very strange voice, we will take care of it, don't worry. We're going to give them little red noses, and they're going to look cold, and they're just going to be looking like they're having a rough time. But the good news is that, you know, as long as you persevere and you hold on for dear life and don't let the Germans across the Volga, you too will also probably die. Which is a shame. What is with these redeems? This is the first time I've heard some of these. Shit, that's a good question, Tim. In your face print. You want to follow social? Take a percentage of face. I think it's auto noise from the overlay Tisdale added if you if that's possible. After I catch up on my empty back dog, I want to start painting up my zombie side. Yeah, especially the new Marvel zombie side stuff. I might actually paint some of that. Funnily enough, I have right here on my desk is the Gwen Stacy bystander model.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. So you just hit those little high points. I appreciate the bit redeems and all that, Alyssa. Thank you. Charles, you better be doing it. No, Lorena. I don't recognize that name. Charles wants to know what tinging paint means. Painting done. Do you remember Alyssa for real? Wait a second. Yeah, thank you very much, Alyssa. I actually really do appreciate it. More than you know. When I see you in person, you are more than allowed to say that I'm your dad. And we could really confuse the heck out of people because I'm pretty sure we're very similar age. Or if not, you look great. You look great for your age.
You're not old enough to be too many people's dad.
No, that's very true. When you guys support me on here, you're definitely supporting me, which will help me afford stuff like paint, all that stuff. So if there's ever anything you guys like want me to do, painting wise, I can always show you. One of the things that people have probably asked me for the most is a painting white tutorial, because I'm pretty well known for all the whites I paint. Don't take that out of context. It is something I can do on here. I have a... Oh, yeah, that's true. So, if anybody knows Jesse from Fury's Finest, I paint a lot of his MCP stuff. Or, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, that too, actually. And his Shatterpoint stuff. So, I did paint up the Cody. This was what I just recently finished for him. So, I painted Cody and the 212. I think it's 212. And it's good to add in a little bit of battle damage and all that stuff. I think they came out pretty good. I wish they were better in the game. From what I understand, Republic's kind of in a weird spot in the game. Although I was watching somebody play with the Bad Batch today, and they actually seem really good. But again, it's another game I really haven't had too much time to play it. But the 212 and Cody, they are now done. They should be sent to him pretty soon. At some point, I'm probably going to paint the rangefinders on here. Did you say that? I said your wife looks great, Ben. That's true. Yeah, I did.
I will not be silenced.
Who's getting silenced? Hold on, I got to catch up here. I just need him to know he isn't my dad. That's true. I'm not your dad, also. It's true. Also about this dip the SandCon trucks. And the finest sand Ocean City has to offer. I have a whole... So, it's ironic you say that, because I have multiple things of these, where it's just like rocks from a Massachusetts beach. This is what a Massachusetts beach looks like. It looks awful. Actually, I'll probably be doing that later, because I got to do a little basing on some stuff for me and Kara. So, actually, you'll be able to see that in a second. A little jar of dirt. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Will, exactly. I'm right there with you. Your wife does look great. Alyssa looks great, Ben. Also about the tip to construct. You're a lucky man. How about that? A little jar there in my shelf for a Ford paint is a food. That's very true. Challenge you to an MCP. Yeah, listen. If you're playing MCP against me these days, you would just crush me. I was about as unpracticed as you can get. Jesse.
You weren't even that good before you were.
Jesse is the supporting character in Breaking Bad, Tim. Get some Jersey Sand mags. She wins on a board full terrain. Yeah, great. Let's have a rematch of that. Come get it at ACO. I will not be silenced. In mass, we just call it a moment. It's fair. Apparently, you can be silenced. Got him. Can also be unsilenced. Not when my wife is a Truth. Truth. Okay, anyway, not to keep getting distracted. We gotta keep painting here. Oh.
I'm going to bed now.
Kara's going to bed. Good night, Kara.
Good night, guys.
She says good night. The doggos will probably hang with me until I annoy them enough with my ranting with you guys that they'll probably abandon me.
May see you again depending on how late you stay up.
It's true. Yeah, I don't think I'll be up that late. Everybody says good night. Good night, Ben. I hope you sleep well. Don't slap. No slap. No slap on Snake. Good night, Alyssa. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Okay, so then what you do for the next part of this is you take a white. I like heavy titanium. It's great white. If you want to buy a white, the Monument Hobby ones are some of the best.
You're not my dad!
I don't know who to believe anymore. Listen, I don't think I have it in me to make whatever Alyssa is. Okay. Listen, I don't. I think the milk's been curdled in for Dylan. Not sure I'm a good source of of tiny people. Bye. All right, so then you take this white, you mix it in with that highlight color. Again, this is going to be real sparing. You take this and just kind of dot it wherever you want those highlights to be. So again, top of cheeks, bridge of the nose, top of the fingies. I'm going to be real careful with this because it's very, very powerful. It's like Thanos with like 3 gems. It's pretty crazy. You just dab it on there. Pew, pew. I would assume that Tim is probably playing World of Warcraft while watching this, which we can appreciate. He can't do any damage now because I'm in control of the stream right now. Well, what are you doing, Tim? You watching Has Been Hotel for like the 1000th time? Dr. Girdle. If anybody hasn't watched Has Been Hotel, it's highly recommended. It's very, very good. All right, so then you do that, and then you get the white on there. Just give it a little dab again, top of the fingies. Cool. So now, again, at any point during this, you could probably stop, and your skin's gonna look way better than everybody else's. I guarantee it. So, when you look at the model, you can tell that it's very bright compared to everything else. So what you do in order to get some of that sweet, delicious contrast back is you take like a dark red. I like dark crimson, which is part of Pro Acryl's new matte Sex Wish. Six Wish. CEXWISH. I'm not sure how you say that. And you just get just a tiny little bit. Tiny. You don't need a lot of this. Don't need a lot of this. Why am I yelling? I'm always yelling. Doesn't mean anything. Because I haven't played 3 weeks? What? Why not? Did you cancel your subscription? Alright, so you take this dark red, and you're going to shade it into the dark spots. Now, when I say you want to be very careful with this, yeah, believe me, because this is going to be the one way to ruin all of your hard work before, and you just want to like I said, just the deepest recesses, maybe on the side of the nose where the eyeballs are going to eventually be, inside the mouth, maybe below the chin, any parts of the face that are not within your idea of where the light source is coming from. Good. Yeah, if Tim's not playing WoW, something's not right. Did you like hurt any of your friends recently, Tim, or anything that makes you feel guilty? Kind of like a Freudian lack of WoW. Like you're punishing yourself too soon. And especially if you're painting people who are freezing in the snow, having a lot of contrast in the skin is probably not necessarily a bad thing, because blood rushes to certain areas of the body in order to keep you alive. Because essentially you need blood places, otherwise you're going to have gangrene, which is what that red coloring is. It's the blood. can definitely tell those hydrates. Those hydrates are they're doing their magic. Okay, and there you go. That's how you do it. That's how you do skin the Dr. D way. You could say it's a disaster. Am I thirsty, Doc? No, I'm not thirsty. My bladder is crying out for help. And as you can tell, there you go. So what you could do to amplify your skin. Sounds thirsty. Okay. Well, I got my liquids nearby, so yeah. For you, get a bit of the cotton mouth. So we're gonna take a black so we can do the eyeballs. Now this is another one of those things that people are always like, "Wow, Dylan, you do such a good job with the eyeballs. How do you do it? Wow." So take a little black. In this case, you could use any black as long as it's got some thickness to it. I use Abaddon black just because it's the one I've used forever. There is a new paint from the Adepticon spray team collection from Monument that has a satin black that I have used that's actually pretty good. I also like the Chimera black, which I might have to dig. To find that, but that's also a very good color. That's in these bottles, these Chimerics colors, the K. Their black is also pretty good. But what you do with the black is you're just going to go in there and you're going to pick out the area where the eyeball is going to be. So this one you're going to want a really fine brush and a pretty firm paint. You don't want this to be like watery per se. And this doesn't really need to be perfect. When it comes to eyes, thankfully most of the time people aren't really going to see them, so it's something you can be like, what's a good word? Maybe not laissez-faire with it, but you can definitely get away with not being perfect. So it should look something kind of like that. Again, not very complicated. What is a spray team? So a spray team, from what I understand, is when a bunch of people that paint stuff for Adepticon, they all get together and they paint literally all day. I'm assuming that a lot of it has to do with airbrushes because it's called the spray team. I haven't seen it in person. Who knows? Maybe one day I will. And they paint all the terrain for Adepticon. One of the things that people probably very commonly forget about when they play model games is that terrain has to come from somewhere. And it's painted to a very high standard for a convention that is required to make tables for thousands of people. It looks good even for an event that only has 12, to be quite honest. So for them to be able to paint that amount of terrain to that level is actually quite insane. And the people that are in it should be really proud of themselves for all the hard work they do. That is for darn sure. And they got their own paint line because I'm assuming those are the colors they probably use a lot. What time does this go to? It's legitimately legendary. Honestly, so every weekend I'm usually painting until like 2 in the morning. Whether I'm allowed to do that, I don't know. Tim, do you think you could ask John PCN what time he wants me to stop, I guess? But I'm going to bed at 2 o'clock. But I will be painting for that entire time. Whether I'm on the stream or not, that is a question. He doesn't respond to you anymore. You're not paying your tariff, your membership fee. What is Space Team? Why do they get a paint line? Why they got a paint line? I have no idea. I don't know the process of that. I know that they got it through Monument Hobbies, so if he got it through them, he must obviously know what you're doing. Jason might even be a part of the spray team. I have no idea. You're not sure what it meant at. Paint too. You will be. I'll be here. Yeah. Okay, so just black dots. Makes perfect sense. Then what you do is you get some Screaming Skull. Or some kind of ivory color. It doesn't need to be perfect. You don't want to use pure white for eyeballs because it looks like your person is losing their mind. It looks like they're actually going insane. Unless that's actually what you're after, then go for it. If you're painting like a crazy person, painting pure white is actually an interesting way to make them look like they're losing their mind. So then you take that bleach bone color and you just dab it on in there. And you want to leave some of the black. Because if the white, or the cream color in this case, touches the skin, it won't look right. And the black is there to essentially frame the eyeball. Because if it doesn't have a frame, it'll look weird. You knew what it meant, Ed. Are you talking about a you're one typo. It's because that is what the knowledge people in the Dust universe are called. They're called mentats. The human supercomputers. Which Paul is one of those. And then when you have this bleach bone color, it's also a good idea to just go in there and like paint the teeth if somebody has their mouth open. Because teethers are not white. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Timmy. Every time you laugh, I can feel my bladder. See, the benefit I have is my bathroom is very close. You have to like run all the way upstairs, and you have to avoid all the fangirls that sit outside the office. Which, how does Lindsay feel about that? Oh, did I? Oh, actually, that's a fair point, Tizzy. Do I see that in this one? Tim did warn me about this. Yeah, when I'm in the multi-stream, I can't see the redeems. Yeah, okay, that's what you meant by that, Tim. I saw the redeems for the bits. I did not see the channel redeems. Okay, so I missed 5. Okay, there we go. All caught up. I didn't miss any of the other ones. Okay. How to win at MCP. Listen, I could probably win at MCP. I don't know if I have the power to play stuff that is mean. Like I don't want to play the stuff that you need to play to win. I don't like the combos. I just don't like the combos. Like, I want to play the affiliations I want to play. So, like, now, it's not quite so bad because I can finally play Defenders. And they're very good. But, like, before, there was just no affiliation I was, like, super in love with. I really love Web Warriors, but they aren't really a fighty team. Well, they could be now. On some level. I think. With, like, Scarlet Spider and stuff. Maybe Gwenum. ASM is actually pretty fighty, in all honesty. But I'm not sure a fighty MCP team is like the way to do it. Hey, listen, Mala, if you're doing redeems for me, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it to the best of my ability. That's why it's a redeem. someone. Yeah, honestly, like Tizzy, I hate to say it, but I think Magneto's probably the weakest of the. Jesus, I'm not sure I'm allowed to legally say this. I love mommy. Thank you for the thank you for the follow. I'm not sure if I'm not. I don't know if I'm not sure if I can say that because that might get clipped. Oh goodness me. That's a great name though. What a great name. What am I drinking? I am drinking Down East. This is the pineapple one. So Down East is like a local cider company, a brewery, I guess. They have a brewery on the east side of Boston. Am I allowed to say that, Tim? Can I say that name? Or is it one of those things where you read my thing that I type to you and then I stop? I love mommy I love mommy one milkers. Thank you for the follow. I also love mommy milkers. So you got that going. You got that going for you. Anyway, then I don't know what you want from me, Tim. You gave me permission. I'm sorry. I also love mommy one milkers. Yeah. I love them. So then I take a micron pen. So micron pens are what artists use to. That's true. Yeah, that's true. So this is not a PC. This is not a PC. This is not a PC PCN chat anymore. It's all good. It's all coming down. So now you have a micron pen. Micron pens are usually used by artists on their drawings in order to do like lining, but they're really, really good at doing eyeballs. So you just take this. Usually you got to hold your breath, just so your hands don't swagger. And then there you go. You got yourself a face with some eyeballs. And if they are not wearing a hat or helmet, it's also a very good way to paint eyebrows by dabbing on top of the brow line. You can give them different kinds of eyebrows, which melts some people's minds when they look at models, when they see eyebrows. Dab. Dab. Tim does have a micron pen. I've seen it. I've seen it in his office. He asked me to come in there, and he was like, look at this. Reached deep into his pocket, pulled out a micron pen. 005. Dab. 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 And there you go. So that's how you do that. So now, if you really want to make a face look good, you take something, you could take any kind of gray. Nope. What are you talking about? You have a micron pen because your kid's an artist. All right, so this one, I'm just going to use Macarius Standard Gray. I clip it, I dare you. You put that in there. So what you're going to do is you're going to make this real watery. And you're going to turn it into like a little miniature glaze. Now, the more times you put this on the skin, the thicker the 5 o'clock shadow. So what you do is you look at the model. So right now he looks like he's clean shaven. So this guy's, when you're in the middle of a wartime situation, it's not great. So what you do is you take the paint and you just kind of
drag it around. It doesn't have to be perfect, because everybody, again, thankfully with humans, nothing, nature is never perfect. And you want to just kind of glide it around where facial hair would be. If there is a place that you put it where it's the lightest, you want it to be mustache line or the chin, because these areas are the ones that jut out the most, so it requires more hair for it to be harder to see. It'll be like the most transparent. And then just make sure you get along the ridge line, or the ridge line, the jaw line. And then just make sure you also make sure it's in front of the ear, because that's where the hair actually grows. So if they have something on their face, that makes it easy. But what you do is you can do a couple layers, and what this will do is give them a 5 o'clock shadow. Now you can do any kind of gray. If you put a little blue in there, it might look a little different. But again, it's your model. It's up to you. But as you can see, bam, you have a 5 o'clock shadow without having to paint facial hair. Now, if you really want to get into it, what you could do is go out to your, maybe not the highlight, but like that flesh highlight color, and you take that and you give it like a little bit of dabbing on it, on the areas that are closest, again, like I was just saying, like the chin or the top of the lip. And when you do that, it will kind of like highlight it. It'll highlight the actual the shadow part, I guess. Just make sure that it's not super thick, otherwise it might look kind of weird. So there you go. 5 o'clock shadow. Don't know how to clip stuff. It's not that hard. It's like what is the clip thing? It's like one of those little things the directors have, the clicker, the thing they do between to like do the different different takes. We have a new pinned message in chat. Yep, so there you go. 5 o'clock shadow. I'm going to do this on a couple more of them. And again, depending on the model, if they have an exposed neck, you could determine how much of a neck beard they are. And it's a great way to get a little bit of contrast between the jawline and the lips, because you'll notice that if you don't have enough contrast between the two, it will make them look like they have like a really like kind of fat chin, because the lips will kind of blend right into it. And you don't always have to paint the shadow above the lip up here on the mustache line, because again, everybody has different growth when it comes to facial hair. And the more and more you put it on there, so if you want somebody to actually look like they have like a thick beard, you could even use like a darker color, like a black, and you could paint. I probably wouldn't do a straight black, but it will create more of like a thickness to it. It won't have the depth, but it's a good way to kind of just like add in a little bit of a like a feature that the model might not have. So if you're thinking that, oh yeah, this character really needs to have facial hair for whatever reason, but the model you have doesn't have it, that's a good way to do it. And I won't put it on the medic. I'll put a little bit on the medic, actually. Just to give it a little bit of a feature break. Because when you have 60 billion Russians on a board, you want each one to look like it's a award-winning model. There you go. Boom. So then the very last thing I would do for people that are cold is you can give them red noses, like Rudolph. So I would take a mid-tone red. You don't want it to be too red, because then you actually do get a bit of a Rudolph effect. You get a little bit of that red, put it over there. You don't want it to be the same super dark crimson color as the shadow, because if you do, it won't really look like red. So this guy here that the medic is helping, he's probably been laying there for a while. So you take this red, and you're going to put it like on the tip of the nose. Because when you do that, it's going to make it look like he's like sniffling, or he has like an irritated nose. And again, if you use a red that's too bright, that will really stick out. Again, not necessarily a bad thing.
It's after midnight on a Sunday on a holiday weekend, and you have 50 people watching you paint on a subpar channel. Well done.
Subpar? It's subpar. Yeah, it's 11 minutes after midnight. I missed the 2 minutes to midnight reference. 2 minutes to midnight. It's one of my favorite Aerosmith songs. Thanks, Tim. And you can also put it on their the cheeks, because again, that's an area of the skin that would get a little irritated by the cold. Just make sure it's not too thick. And again, you'll get something like that. And if you feel like it's a little too red, you could take the flesh tones and you could tone it down a little bit just to kind of blend it all in, which I guess I'll do. Because I think it came out a little too bright. And just kind of, stipple that color on there. And then, boom. It looks like he's freezing. Looks awful. Glad I'm not there. So again, I'll do it on the guy on the radio. Take a little bit of that red. Put it on the schnauzer. And a lot of these things are things that people will probably just never notice on your model, but their brain will see it, and it will kind of unconsciously notice that it is a better paint job than like what they usually see. And so here, this one I went a little more subtle, but again, you can really pick out that red, so it looks like he has an irritated nose. So if you're fighting in the cold for a long time, your nose is eventually going to kind of get irritated when you're wiping away the schnot. I'm going to do the black last because that's also how I'm going to do the base, so that is something I'll probably do last. I should do the khaki next. So all that's really left on these guys is the khaki, the black, which will also be the base.
Not my dad.
God. Now who am I not a dad of? She's back. Jeez, she came all the way back just to tell me. Oh, jeez, thanks, Alyssa. Jeez. Shush. Yeah, so we're gonna do the khaki color. So actually, first I'm gonna go to the bathroom actually, because I've done a lot of drinking. So I'll be right back. All right, stay tight. I'll be gone probably maybe 5 minutes. I'm gonna switch shirts out. It's hot. It's hot. This one.
Today, where we interviewed Tim Simpson and Mike Tisdale, some of the head TOs that have been there the longest outside of Charles. Those are the three that did MCP the first year, and they've been there every year since at Adepticon. Nice. So we had a great talk about that, talked about the new venues, how the events went, and what we're excited for. It is you!
That's me. That's you. What's up, Tim Simpson?
All right.
Lowercase Tim.
Let's... Uncle Tim.
Oh, sorry.
It's Uncle Tim.
Uncle lowercase Tim. I rolled my thing. I got a crit and 2 hits.
There's Domino. Gotta love her.
Domino. Orders usually in 30 minutes.
Goals
Get
down.
10 pizza points every time you play her.
Domino is definitely a X-Men wine mom.
Oh, 1,000%.
Yep. Baron Zemo.
Bullseye down there at the bottom of the board for Sooner, and then he is going to place his Deadpool right on top.
Deadpool.
And there's Cable, hanging out with his best friend, Baron Zemo.
I look like a spook.
Or the chin, because these areas are the ones that jut out the most, so it requires more hair for it to be harder to see. It'll be like the most transparent. And then just make sure you get along the ridge line, or the ridge line, the jaw line. And then just make sure you also make sure it's in front of the ear, because that's where the hair actually grows. So if they have something on their face, that makes it easy. But what you do is you can do a couple layers, and what this will do.
To Peter Qual. I'm going to go tinkle and make a new beverage. And I'll be right back. What can we afford? Anything? Not really. Okay. I'll be right back soon.
Hey Tim, I was looking forward to how great this great stream was going to be since we continue to find ourselves in this position of greatness where you play a game that the rest of the great world has given up on. To celebrate, I bring a joke. Walking home last night, I passed a slice of apple pie.
Sooner, putting another W under the belt.
Yep.
Got to thank the person that is shackled in his basement because he's given him all the practice he could possibly need.
Yep.
This is incredible. What an upset.
Who's playing, bro? Just got here. Brian Freddy, hey, by the way, thank you for joining the Patreon, dude. That was very nice. I really appreciate that. Thank you. We have Pat from Afraid of Size 3 Taco Truck playing X-Force for Nathan's Angels, and we have Sooner from Grip It and Rip It.
Pincushion's 5.
Yeah, but he rolled 4 dice and crit. So
well, that's because you
do a bit of throwing knife.
You get
right?
to you get to make a throwing knife after you do the attack.
Gotcha. So that was the follow-up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Do I have unlimited channel points? 0 channel points. Oh my gosh. Can I play copyright-free music? Free music. Okay, this will work. Sure. Give me a heads up if that is too loud. Anyway, so what we'll do now is we're going to work on a khaki, the khakis. So you take this green, this is yellow green by Model Colors, and because we want our khaki to have a green tint to it, we need to have a green undercoat. So you just paint it on there. Now, something that's also a good idea for some models like this is to paint their hair. Their hair is pretty well hidden under the Ashunkas, so we don't necessarily really need a lot of contrast in that, because it's just, it's just kind of there. You can see it under the head. So if it's even visible, so like in this case it's not even really visible, You just leave it black, because no one will see it. Now, for the Russian World War II Ashoka, it was khaki all the way around. So even where the fur is, it is a khaki color, but we will paint that slightly different because it is a fur. So we'll probably use like a straight up white. Now, thankfully, something that you learn very early on in your painting career, if you have any chance of surviving, is you want to make sure you're okay with your stuff looking bad, especially at the beginning, because this green by itself is awful. Too loud. Yeah, that music is very loud. Let me just change it with that. I'm a genius. Truly. Put that around 6. Is that better? Is that better, Tizzy? Well, I guess if you can't hear me, then it won't really matter. You can't hear me? Can you not hear me now? Nothing? I want to make sure I can hear me. Can I not hear me? No? Not hear me? No, can't hear me. Okay. What if I turn that off? Can you hear me now? It definitely says it says I'm talking. Checking the mic.
Today where we interviewed Tim Simpson, and Mike Tisdale, some of the head TOs that have been there the longest outside of Charles. Those are the three that did MC.
Anything? No. You can't hear me, right? You can't hear anything I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, you can't hear me. That's strange. Why can't you hear me? Checking. Checking. Can you hear me? Yeah, that's weird. Why can't you hear anything? No, it's not just you. Why the f... Well, did that work? Okay, yeah. I hear clicking now. Was somebody messing with this? Did that work? Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm a genius. I don't know why that happened. Anyway, whatever. Okay, well, I guess don't look a gift horse in the mouth in this case. Anyway, why no Arachne shirt? I don't know where the Dunk shirt is right now, where my Dunk Master shirt is. Otherwise, I would have worn it. But it's definitely hot in here. Or maybe it's not even hot. It's like more humid, I guess. Because like I know Tim's been dealing with a lot of heat over in his area. It's definitely not that bad here, but we've definitely had a couple hot days. According to like Massachusetts heat, that is. Yeah, because there's definitely no loss of love for me moving out of Florida, because there it was hot as Satan's butt pretty much almost every single day of the year. And it was not fun. I'm thankful every single day I wake up here that I'm not down there when it comes to like the heat. Up here I can actually feel like I can breathe, which is real nice. I didn't know I said gimp, but also don't do that. I'm gonna have like have a horse with like a ball and gag. It's the horse from Ren and Stimpy, where they try to like sell like rubber nipples or whatever. I did say gift. Okay. Just want to make sure. I don't want to get PC uncanceled, but that definitely did happen in Ren and Stimpy. That did actually happen. that was a very creepy episode.
where they come up to the door and they're like, "Do you need any rubber nipples?" And he's like, I don't know. Let me ask. And he pulls a walrus out who's like in a gimp suit or whatever. He says, "Call the police." Sharing an anecdote. Well, listen, anecdotes are fun, but if I ever ask, I would rather you give me an anecdote than the anecdote. How's that sound? Okay, so this green is absolutely hideous, and I really don't like it, but it's the best color I have for this. That's true. Yeah, thank you for clarifying with him. I think he would have had a meltdown if he was here, though. He probably is off pooping. You know how he likes. You know how he likes poop. He likes to poop. He does it every day. Yeah, Chuck. Listen, it's a little rush. It's a little Russian, man. It's tough because I'm trying to get base coats on these things, and it's like tiny. It's like itty bitty, itty bitty. Yeah, there was an audio issue. Sorry. One step at a time. Let's scooch this down a little bit. It's like I'm trying to prop my arms up. So the Russian uniform in World War II, their khaki had a bit of a green undertone to it, so that's what we're gonna try and emulate here. So right now I'm using Commando khaki from Privateer Press. That's Hammerfall. I'm sorry, Hammerfall khaki. There is a paint called Commando khaki. I don't know where that's from. That might be GW's. But anyway, this is yeah, Tim's not wrong. Tisdale's not wrong. So Hammerfall khaki is probably one of the few Privateer Press paints that I still really do use. I'm gonna mix it. Whee! And so you're gonna get that khaki color with a bit of the this there. Maybe it'll look better without this light. That might look better. You still can buy Privateer Press paints, yes. It's probably one of the things that sells the most from Privateer Press. But anyway, as you can see, it's got that khaki color in it, but it still retains that green color to it. Now this is going to be the color of the entire Ushanka. I think is how you say it. Don't yell at me if that's not how you pronounce that. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Ushanka. So you get it, and you're just going to paint it on there. Again, kind of keeping in mind your light, which direction the light's coming from. So whenever you paint, you want to take it and pull it towards the light. And for the front of it, where the fur is going to be, you do a little bit more of like a dry brushy type motion. So that it essentially takes up space. Now, because this green color is really just not the color that you want this to be, coverage on this one's going to be kind of important, where the contrast of it may not be all that intense, just because of the fact that you're going to be covering up a lot of it. And that's okay in this case, because most of the time, the amount of contrast that you're going to have on any part of the model is going to be indicative of the material that it's made of. So anything that's particularly shiny will have higher amounts of contrast to it. Anything that's like metal, something like that. In all honesty, about the Privateer Press painting question, they actually still have a lot of colors that I would really recommend. Their denim color is probably the only color I would use to paint something like jeans. I absolutely adore those things. The Grave Digger Denim, I think is what it's called. And again, this is going to look bad at the very beginning, especially as you're just trying to build up the depth. And that's okay. We're not at the point where we want to be judgy about what it looks like quite yet. And a lot of times, I'm not even thinking about the color or like how the finished product is going to look until literally everything's been painted. At that point is when you can kind of make a more informed decision on what it is you want out of the model. Because if not, if you were to only take the skin color and not think about all the stuff around it, like before you paint it. So if you were to just paint the model and only paint the skin color is going to look super weird just because the rest of the model is not on them, is not there. So it's going to look super weird. What are you doing, Chuck? Are you still here? You're in Hawaii, right? You're Hawaii time? So it's like... It's probably like... What, like 9? 8 or 9 over there? I'm assuming Tim must have went to bed. Partner was transcribing members. I drove at 640. 640. Jeez, 640. Gosh. 6-hour difference. Bro. No wonder you have so much trouble, like, playing games with us and all that stuff. Oh my gosh. Like, I was having trouble finding time to do an interview with somebody from CB. Episode comes out tomorrow, by the way. From Arachne. Because she's in Spanish time, and I want to say, oh gosh, that was like a 4 or 5 hour difference, something like that. Obviously, opposite direction from you. So for them, it was later. So I actually just woke up before I went to work one day, did the interview, and then I went to work. Interview went great though. She was great. It was a great episode. I can usually tell the quality of an episode of Arachne by how much Kara's laughing over the course of the weekend that she's editing it. So that will be available. So if you are interested in science fiction or even just like kind of nerdy talk shows, Arachne's really good. It's not a Infinity only podcast in a lot of ways, like you might think of. Like if you were gonna listen to it, like, oh, I don't play Infinity, I wouldn't enjoy this. My goal is to make it approachable from like a variety of ways. So like if you like science fiction games in general, you probably would really like it. Anything that's not really like GW per se. The GW stuff is kind of its own genre in a lot of ways. But it's definitely more I don't want to say game agnostic. It's probably not the right way to put it. But I even interviewed the head rule director. That episode's not out yet, but it'll be the next one. The who read one of the rule bigwigs, I guess you could say, from Monster Fight Club, and we talked about game design. And oddly and funnily enough, this past Friday we actually played at our local store because I found out that he lives in the next major city just west of me. So I'm hoping at some point I might be able to convince Monster Fight Club to give me stuff to paint on stream if this stream thing takes off. So that might be a cool thing to do as well. Maybe paint up one of the gangs on stream. Because my streams will definitely be going longer than Taylor's. There's no doubt about that. Because I don't have small humans that depend on me. Also one thing I did forget to do is on the medic. I did double check this yesterday. The medic bag is the khaki color, so I got to go in there and actually paint that sucker. A little more of that yellow green. This is a chunky paint, so just make sure you hit it with enough liquid where it'll actually want to go down. So, Chuck, are you gonna paint now that you got home? I heard you owe somebody. Some MCP things or something like that. I'm saying, are you gonna paint now that you're home? From what I understand, somebody keeps telling me that you owe them a bunch of like MCP figs or something. And also, at some point, we will get you on here. All about shit. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Infinity. What are you painting now? For Infinity, faction-wise. Don't want to forget the gun strap. The Russians used the same khaki color for their gun straps. It's not a belt per se, it's a strap. Just make sure you get in there, nice sharp brush. Yeah, O12, that's my faction. I adore it. O12 is probably my favorite. That's a great faction. If you got just like generic O12, like the probably the collection pack, it's got a lot of good stuff in there. Unfortunately, because O12 together. So you must have got the new stuff then, because they got a new O12 faction that came out at the last Adepticon, which was the Torchlight. So it was like the heavy armor dudes. A lot of good stuff in there. Yeah, okay, yeah, you got Torchlight. I've been playing them. I played them exclusively for like, since Adepticon actually. I think I played one more event with US Ariadna, and I was like, okay, I'm done playing this, and then I switched to Torchlight. They're good. I think right now they need a couple models to come out. but the profiles already exist, and I think the profiles are fantastic. Like the Wrecker is real good. The Prime is very, very good. The Prime is in the box. That was at Adepticon. It's like the big guy with he's got like multiple arms. He's great. You can definitely crutch on him hard. Yeah, dude, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Military Orders gets everybody just because of the fact that who doesn't like Space Knights. O12's great. O12 just kind of looks like classic science fiction. You know what I mean? It's like... I don't know how to describe it. It's very hopeful, I guess, because they got like the Roman thing going on, especially the Torchlight stuff. Because the Torchlight stuff is very... They got like a Space Marine tinge to it, which is cool. I know a lot of people complained about it. I thought it was fine. I didn't really care either way. I wasn't a big fan of the helmets at first, so once I saw them in person, I was like, okay, I can deal with this. But I know a lot of people were turned off by the generic. I don't want to say genericness, but the space marininess to it, I guess. But I think they're great. I have not had a chance to paint. I don't think I painted any. I haven't painted anything out of that new box. I did paint a Ment. I painted the Ment out of the reinforcement box. Really have some. Yeah, the minor conversion. I'm assuming. Did you switch the helmets from the rovers? I'm assuming is probably what you did, Faustinian. That seemed to be the like the general consensus is like how to fix them. Even a couple bear heads. Yeah, so you just that's a great way to do it too. Because then, because when you take the crests off, they kind of look like maybe hoplite helmets. Yeah, the WoW swords are an issue. Yeah, you're not wrong. The silly swords on the Hell, not Hell Razors, that's not what they're called. The Hell Blazers. They're cartoony. Yeah, the other sword's probably a great move. Yeah, I agree. I'm a huge Gamma fan. I'm a little sad now, especially with the new releases. I think the Gamma kind of got pushed out of its function in vanilla, just because now that the Prime and the Wrecker are in the game. One of them's in vanilla, the other one isn't. I want to say is it the Wrecker that's in vanilla? Or is it the Prime? Either way, one of them took the Gamma, I think, out of his position from vanilla. So now, unfortunately, he's probably one of my favorite models in all of Infinity. And I'm kind of like, Yeah, Wrecker's in vanilla. Yeah, the Wrecker's kind of crazy. Like, yeah, the triangular shape, I agree. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they can't take the Prime. Yeah, so they take the vanilla, the Prime. Yeah, not the Prime. The Wrecker. So, I unfortunately think the Gamma loses its position as whatever it was to that piece. I'm not going to say... Yeah, I have to tend to agree. I don't think they quite outclass, per se. I just think that it will have more, I guess, like, utility in a lot of ways. Because I think one of the issues with the Gamma is that, if I remember correctly, I'm just going off memory here, it doesn't have a template, and most of the time the Gamma is a long-range weapon model, which is very, very... So when I did my very best, the very best at an event I did, which was 8th place at Everwinter, which was a satellite up here in Massachusetts, I was using the Gamma as like an ARO piece. I would just stick them on top of a building, which isn't a great idea. Thinking back on it now, I'm definitely better. I wouldn't do exactly what I did, but I had them on a building just kind of being a big doofus, blocking chunks of the board with the Fearbach. My big issue with it is that I really love the +3 or the plus burst Fearbach, but there's not a lot of situations where you're like, oh yeah, I can use this actively a lot of times, because if somebody sticks a model up and you're like, oh yeah, I have a +1 burst Fearbog Gamma, and they leave a model up, you probably were gonna be you're probably gonna beat them anyway. No template. Yeah, the lack of template, it kind of stinks. And I do. Yeah, the heavy pistol. Ironically enough, I've probably used that thing more than I thought I was ever going to. I love a good heavy pistol. Don't get me wrong. But I think as far as like ARO pieces go, you have to be able to pass armor saves, and I am notorious locally for not passing armor saves, which is what the Gamma lives on. If you can't pass armor saves, Gamma is not going to do so hot, because it's not exactly like he's subtle. He's a big meatball. But I think he's 2 wounds NWI? 2 wounds? Yeah, but dude, the poor Kriza. That poor guy. He's just been getting pooped on, especially since the Prime took his thing. Yeah, I would probably switch to the HLR. The HLR Wrecker is almost like I wouldn't be surprised if they went back and increased his points a little bit. It's good. It's real good. That HLR is kind of gross. It's kind of wild. Devin from Metachem, I think, said it best, where AP doesn't belong on a template just because of how gross of a situation you could get, especially on a chain rifle that's also it's AP and +1 damage. Oh, that is you. All right, you're Devin. Okay. Well, hi, Devin. See, I gave you credit. I wasn't gonna take credit for things you said. Of course I know him. He's me. So to the 6 remaining people here. This is Devin. I wouldn't call him necessarily the head honcho of MCP. Oh gosh, of Metachem. But he's definitely probably the one that leads it the most. Oh god, somebody's here. Thanks for coming to the stream, buddy. My main goal is to eventually turn this painting stream into a infinity painting stream. This poor guy has been not fully painted for for way too long. The poor Lawkeeper. I use him so much, but I just cannot find the time to finish this model. Absolutely love the Lawkeeper. Everybody keeps, well, by everybody I mean mostly Ernest, keeps telling me I'm crazy that I don't just use the road bot. But I'm like, he's not hackable. Leave me alone. There's something to be said about something that can go as fast on a bike that's not hackable. Oh, I was, oh crap, what was I saying? Oh, I said thanks for coming. And I wanted to paint this guy, so, the poor Lawkeeper. Like, I use this guy an obnoxious amount, and he's just not fully painted. And my buddy Ernie he is always going on about how, dude, I love Lawkeepers. I'm excited for them to eventually make another model. But he keeps saying that I need to just play with the road bot. And, like, the robot's good, don't get me wrong, but it's also hackable. And I don't think it has stealth, which is, to me, is a big deal. But he keeps telling me, he's like, no, you should be using that instead. I'm like, I can't give it up. Like, the robot's crazy, don't get me wrong, I know that. But, I don't know, I still see a lot of use. Also, Chuck, if you're listening to this is some probably good advice if you want to play O12. We're doing some high-level tactical talk right here. Yeah, it is. I think it's relevant, right? Because like especially if somebody has a turn 1 hacking network up, like if you go up against nomads, like you can't get through that. And it's not like so much of a good gunfighter that it can just break through on its own. Obviously, you would hope it's like supported by like an Epsilon or whatever, but it's definitely not a like I just don't think it completely replaces them. I think that you can gunfight much more evenly with a lawkeeper, especially if you go non-impetuous, where you can essentially use him like a fighter. Much more than the road bot. At least I think so. Yeah, 100%. I agree. I agree with the marksman rifle. So I'm glad that they both exist. I think I still prefer my Lawkeeper with the Red Fury, which I will fully admit that I thought the Red Fury was a stupid weapon until I started getting a lot of reps with the Lawkeeper. And a lot of that has to do with the +1 damage on it, which essentially just turns it into a Spitfire with shock, which obviously makes it better than just a regular Red Fury, but it is not a weapon to take lightly, in my opinion. The Red Fury has game. There are certain weapons in the game that I think don't. I think the Contender is probably one of them, where I think the lack of burst really hurts it. It's a great gun until you realize you're only shooting like one bullet. Yeah, a regular Red Fury, it's okay, you know. Usually the advantage of the Red Fury is you're not paying SWIC. In the case of the Lawkeeper, you are. But when you're playing O12, I think you have to go into it with the understanding that most of your army is going to have SMGs. It's very, ironically enough, it amazes me sometimes when I look at lists, and I'm like, wow, I don't have a single combi rifle in this entire list. Literally everyone that doesn't have a SWIC weapon has SMG. Or potentially a boarding shotgun if it's a aggressive piece. Which I think is it's noteworthy in that regard. So any kind of like support infantry weapon that you have, like a Spitfire or Spitfires or Red Furies, I think really shine just because of the fact that that 8 to 16 range band is kind of tough. I mean, I'm not even sure it's just Torchlight. I think it's like almost all of O12. Like, everybody has an SMG. It's crazy. No, and I agree. Yeah, sweeping light targets, it can get kind of tough. I think the Red Fury's fine. Damage 14 is kind of where you gotta be in order, like I don't know what it's like always weird to think of weapon damage in Infinity where, yeah, a combi rifle's 13, a Spitfire is 14, but it feels so much more impactful. Obviously, it's probably more of the dice, just because of the fact that you're forcing another save if you get the hit, and you're also more likely to win the combat. So, like, obviously, like, burst, I mean, I'm not dumb. Like, burst is obviously probably more important than any of the, like, actual damage stats for a lot of the guns, but it's kind of wild to think, like, people will completely not consider the combi rifle as a weapon, but it's only -1 damage from a Spitfire. Yeah, right. With the 13 to 15 for sure. I think the current season of ITS is actually really good. I know me and Devin agree a lot in a lot of ways about the free model thing that they were doing there for the last couple seasons. I'm thankful that they kind of stepped away from it. I guess the quasi creature is sort of a free model, but it's more just like a turret, so I'm okay with it. But I think the current ITS is great. I have no complaints. I think O12 Prestige is a really cool rule. I haven't really used it much, but the combat drop thing, I keep forgetting it's even a thing. Comlog, people still use it, but he's been kind of falling behind on updates. So right now, I wouldn't trust a lot of the information that's in Comlog. It's still a very useful tool, though. He also... he didn't get rid of it, but he hasn't updated it in a way where I could record like my stats for myself in my games. Because for a while there, when I was really trying to get better, for every game I played at the shop, I would do a game entry so I could track my win loss. And that I want to say Torchlight's not in it, which means he's not updating it. Yeah, if you specifically tell him what's wrong, he will fix it. He's really good about that, but I don't think he's been updating it with like new stuff, really. Yeah, O12 Prestige is great. The attack-aware thing that they added in, I thought that was I wasn't even really considering that being a thing, but I was like, actually, you know what? I can appreciate that. Kind of helps keep in check factions that are prolific with extra orders, where you didn't just like make the rich richer, which I can appreciate. Because I know NCO, like Steel Phalanx has a lot of NCO. There's not a ton of attackware in like Steel Phalanx. Like there's a lot of attackware in like I know IA. Yeah, I agree with the border skimmers thing. Again, I wish I was paying more attention to it where I used it, because I think that the season's not going to be around much longer. We are doing a specially themed like combat drop event up here in Massachusetts. Soon, I think there has been a day picked for it, but every single time you do a successful drop, you get like a raffle for a prize. Yeah, Tagaware in Torchlight's great. It's great in IA. I'm just thinking of like who's the most egregious users of the Tagaware thing. Because I know there's a couple model, like most of the Ariadna gun people have it. Like, you know, Unknown Ranger, Vet Cat. What are the Cassics with the HMG Casset, I think?
Well, this weekend is Margaritaville. That's the one in... that's the one at Ironwell. Is that the drop one? Because that one has a bingo card. The bingo card is for like certain things. Yeah, certain things you do in the game. You'll get a some kind of prize for it. So like it could be roll 3 dice and still not hit somebody, or shoot somebody through -12 mod, which is hilarious. So now instead of feeling extreme frustration, you're like, ha ha ha, it doesn't feel so bad. Yeah, it's been a great time. Keith knows how to run a good event. Yeah, even the little events up here in Mass are great. You don't have to necessarily come to a big one up here to have a good time. We're usually always goofing off, and we have a like a local. I don't want to say state championship. It's like a kind of similar to how the Krug works, I think, where you guys have like some kind of cup. Like here they have a tournament standing system where each state up here is playing against each other. I was top of the chart
for a little while, but when I hosted an event and when I started playing armies that are not good, my standings went down pretty considerably, but I did contribute quite a bit for Massachusetts. But I think right now Massachusetts is still winning, but most of the events are hosted in Massachusetts or New Hampshire or New Hampshire. Yeah, it's a four-corner system for sure. Yeah, for 100%. The Infinity community is definitely one of the best ones. I've been involved with a couple of them over the years just because of the one in Florida and then the one up here. They've all been great. I absolutely adore it. They're always really good people. So if you're one of the 7 people watching this and you've been thinking about trying Infinity, I would highly recommend it for a variety of reasons. And of course, I would always recommend listening to Arachne and Medicam. Actually, that would be the second one I would recommend, because I think I'm legally obligated to recommend mine first. Which that episode's out now, where Devin says Arachne is the less uptight version of Medicam, which I found endlessly funny. But anyway, the point of that whole thing was I will 100% try to paint a lot of Infinity on here. But right now, like I said, it's Operation Get Stuff Off of my desk. So a lot of it's like a lot of little things like this where these historical models got to get done. I got to paint a lot of Shatterpoint stuff just to get that out of here. Finish up Jesse's stuff, send it to him, be done with it. Which I still have a pretty sizable chunk of stuff I got to do for him. But you know, it's one step at a time. And I stopped to paint stuff like this to keep me sane, because otherwise all the Shatterpoint stuff would make me lose my mind. But it's a privilege to hang out with you guys. You're in the same place. What do you mean the same place? Yeah, AMG for a while there had the release schedule for them was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Thankfully, I am not attached to that anymore. Where the stuff I'm painting is like I'm not getting new stuff. Yeah, Charles, I get that. Chuck, I get that for sure. Because the thing is, like, you finish painting something, and you're like, oh, cool, I'm done with this thing, and then you put something else there, and you're like, oh, look, my desk is still mad cluttered. So I've been doing my best to not buy anything. I cracked a little bit when I bought Malifaux, just because I had played a lot of Malifaux for sure, and I didn't buy a ton, admittedly. But the Explorers Society was not out when I played Infinity, because it was more of like a 3rd edition release. And 100%, if Explorers Society was out when I played, I would have been playing Explorers Society. So I bought some of that just to paint it up and play it, because I played it today, and it's fun. It's still a great game. So I could definitely see myself playing it when I'm not playing Infinity. Infinity obviously is still the first game. Again, for a variety of reasons, because of Arachne and such. Which one's Captain Marvel, Spider-Man, Iron Man? Do not. I'm going to try and turn that music on again. I'm scared it sounds terrifying in here. That might have been what cut me out before.
So I'm going to try this again. Do I still hear myself? Let me make sure this works. Do I still hear myself? Let me make sure this works. Okay, I can hear me. Okay, I can hear me. What about now? What about now? Okay, I can still hear me. Okay, I can still hear me. Hooray! Can you guys hear the music? Can you still hear me? And again, thanks to everybody who stuck around while I was having technical problems. We can hear a delay. Oh, that was because I was listening to the Twitch, sorry. Okay, so you guys get the music. Cool. Okay, so I can play that. I was thinking that might have been the reason why my audio cut out, but it sounds like that's not the reason. We had 60 people in here. Like, that's great. Like, that's almost as much as, like, Monument Hobbies get. And then everybody jumped ship when I had to pee. So I guess next time, don't pee. So I haven't even really been describing what I'm talking about. There's only 7 of us. You guys can just ask me. But obviously, you mix in a little bit more of this like bleach bone color just to kind of highlight the khaki. And it kind of starts looking like this. So you notice how that green... you're welcome, Tisdale. It was my pleasure. I bet Tim was the reason why that audio thing didn't work. As you can see, as you add more and more of like a khaki and bone color, it really starts to gain that color, and then it retains that green tinge that is common whenever you look at their old uniforms. So khaki is interesting because it can have a lot of different like undertones, I guess is probably the right way to put it. And when you have that, it really makes it speak. I can turn the music up a little bit. Tell me if it gets too loud. But everyone has technical problems.
Wow.
These are Warlord. If you mean the models, these are Warlord. This is from the Winter Soviet support box. I have the rest of the army. The rest of it's plastic. And, you know, a lot of pieces. And then I was even going through my stuff earlier today, because I was looking for some stuff from Alpha, and I'm trying to sell stuff like crazy. So if you guys have anything you might want from other game systems, give me a shout, because I might have some of it. Wow. Wow. So yeah, I gotta build all that, and then probably one of the last things I do today is for Lunar, which is a fantastic little stupid game. These little spacemen. I'm gonna glue some rocks on there because I gotta prime this because Kara wants to paint her guys, and I have a couple more people. And then eventually, I'll even be painting stuff like this. So like R2 bar 2 D2, because I gotta paint a lot of Shadow Point stuff still before it's out of my house. and I will, of course, do it on stream. And if anybody has anything they want me to like specifically paint, like obviously Tisdale gets a pass just because I love him, so I'll paint whatever he sends me within reason. But I'll probably charge some like commission rate for most people, unless it's, you know, probably one of the 6 people in this chat. Wow. Although Devin, you're also a pretty good painter, from what I understand. We know Chuck is a great painter. Tisdale, from what I understand, enjoys painting. But from I don't think I've ever actually heard him or his wife say anything positive about it. But everything I've seen him paint, I thought looked fine. I think it looked great. Like especially the stuff for the what if stuff, I thought looked great. Yeah, I mean, you're one of the people that just kind of doesn't enjoy it. Yeah, if I get that. The schedule. So the schedule should be Mondays. I get home at usually like 6:30 or 7. Yeah. Actually, I don't think I've ever actually seen your stuff, Devin. So at some point we'll have to remedy that. Because, well, I'm coming to Krug. So if I'm going to actually say, I'm going to ask if we can just straight play first round of Krug. That would be nice. I think that would be a great time. It looks fine. No! I'm just saying, but because the thing is I know Tizzy, and if I were to sit here and go on and on about how I thought it was the best painted models ever, he would not agree with me, and he would think I was like, he would not believe me, in which case I would go and say that I think it looked good. I think it looks good for what it is. It was what it was. He painted stuff for the what if stuff, and I think it looks great for the what if. But even he would say that his wife heckles him endlessly, from the sounds of it. Anyway, streaming going forward. I get home probably around like 6:30 or 7. I'll probably scoff down some. Oh god. Probably scoff down some food. Sorry, you guys probably just went on a little adventure there. Take it easy, Devin. It was cool hanging out with you, man. Love you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so probably 7. And again on that day I could probably paint till like 11 or midnight. That is a weekday, so I just gotta make sure I get some sleep for work. And especially with the new job, I'm not entirely sure what days I'm working. So when I go to the new job, I might not be working Mondays, so I might even be able to do it like in the middle of the day, and I might just do it all goddamn day. Sorry, not allowed to cuss. I might do it for most of the day. But I have to know what's going on with that first. Which I should know, hopefully in a couple weeks. Just taking this bleach bone color. Picking out the highlights. I'll catch up with chat here in 1 sec. What line is this from? Schedules. You could be good at painting. It just takes a lot of practice. And if you don't enjoy it, I mean, practicing is tough. I miss some stuff doing that again. I'll have to shoot some pics. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks for sharing my personal collection. Like when I say, yeah. So, not enjoying something definitely makes it hard to practice. Definitely at some point we will have Tizzy and Charles on the stream. Didn't want to do it today just because it's the first one. And we love Chuck, we love Charles, we love Tizzy. And I would love to have like guests on for sure. The thing that comes to mind is in the DC universe, they've done a thing where they've done everything they can to make Harley the gal pal of like every female in the DCU, except maybe for Sucker Punch. That's for a different reason. But that would be great if that was me for the hobby in general. I would love to be like that Uncle Adam type person, where people like everybody kind of knows who it is, but isn't necessarily like someone who wins events. Tizzy actually described it really well last time we were in person with each other, where he was like, it's important to have a strong community person, maybe not even someone who's like in charge, but just somebody you can like play against. Where when you go to the event, the person that is running the event might be the person that you would want to play against because he's the one that doesn't take it so seriously. And I thought, and that was very, what's the right word? Very, not revealing. Like that's not the right word. It really like struck a like a chord, where I was like, actually, that's a really good way to look at it. Profound. It was very profound. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, so now that the khaki is kind of at its brightest, what we're going to do is we're going to take some like straight pure white, and we're going to do some like, I guess you could call it a dry brushing, but we're just going to pick out the high points on top of the actual fur to give it a little bit more of a differentiation from the rest of the Ushunka. And it'll make the red star on it. You can't really see it from this, but there is like a little red star in there. Yeah, you can kind of see it right there for the Soviet star. Because even somebody like Lobo, who's a very famous Infinity gamer, plays a lot of historicals. He actually got started in historicals. I don't remember if it was specifically World War II, but he essentially cut his teeth on it. And he still does a lot of historical stuff. Like he goes to recon and stuff like that. And plays, and even helps make scenarios for... I forget the name of the game, but he, the guy that makes the rule set is his kid's like godfather, because he met him while he was playing like historical games. That one might not have a star. Alright, so I'm going to put a little bit of white in that khaki, the khakis, so that I can just do a little bit of the very tippy tips of certain parts of the khaki, just to give it a little bit of a extreme highlight. Now, this kind of stuff is super unnecessary for just your line basic models. I'm just crazy, and I like to go way too far on every single model. Just gonna tip out the edges here. Again, you're always gonna want to point towards the sun or whatever your light source is. Which, again, if you're gonna just default, always aim. I always aim for up and to the right of the model. And it doesn't take a lot. This is the kind of stuff where less is more. And if you want to get really into it, depending on the material used for whatever it is you're painting, You could paint it differently based on if it's made of metal or whatever. Top of both bags. And some of this stuff is not as smooth as I kind of want it to be. So I'm going to take some of that original dark green, this yellow green, really give it a good water down. And I'm just going to kind of, I don't want to say, not really wash it per se, but just kind of put it in areas where I want to bring back that color a little bit. Just to help with some transitions or to kind of darken it up a tad to help with contrast. So, like, that's a good example. Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell. Those are really bright colors, so the light doesn't necessarily agree with it, but as you can tell, that top, pretty bright. Again, there's a lot of, like, light hitting that area, so it's okay to be bright, but I just want a little bit more contrast in there. This backpack, as you can see, again, kind of tough because of the brightness, but I like to have some contrast so that when you're looking at this model, you can clearly see it's not flat. Completely unnecessary for historicals. I just like to do it because that's what I'm known for, essentially. Again, good example before I start doing stuff to it. This one, it still has a little bit of that dark color right there in the middle. I want to smooth out just a tiny bit, so I just take some of that original color and just kind of glaze it over where some of those transition zones are. That way it helps with like your eye going over it. I think the strap looks fine. This sounds like a 2 Steps from Hell song. Who just recently broke up. Rippin' Peaches. Very good orchestral music. I will catch up with chat here in 1 second. Let me just finish what I'm doing. I'm not gonna Tim and forget that you guys exist. Put that right there. There we go. Very subtle. I love how the green. Yeah, I do too. No matter what game someone plays against you, I bet they have a blast. People like you. Thank you very much. Yeah. I noticed that. Yeah, I know he Irish goodbye for sure. You know, I bet he sent me a Facebook message, him saying like, "Oh yeah, you know, I think everything's great." Let me check. He did not. Turn off. Let's double check the source. Okay. Yeah. Nope, I didn't. He didn't actually say goodbye or anything. Anyway, but the green looks really good. You know what I'm saying, Fratman? So like it does look like kind of a green khaki. So if I were to, I'm gonna pull up one of my reference pictures. So like as an example, here, I'm gonna move the camera. Going on an adventure. So like this is the reference picture I was using. These are some reenactors. As you can see, that is the variety that you can get in the exact same uniform. So some of them are like straight up gray. Some of them are like that green tint to it. Mine are probably a little too bright. I mean, again, this isn't like a perfect, great historical recreation here, but even the helmets, which should all be the same variety of green, there's definitely some different tone in there. And the jackets themselves vary pretty wildly. So, go back on trip. So that is something that I really wanted to emulate when it came to the models, because of the fact that, historically speaking, a lot of their uniforms were not very good at being Yeah, there's that, but also the different factories would get different materials. And so apparently, for all the countries, even America, there was some variety. America wasn't quite as bad just because our industrial machine wasn't under as much stress as being invaded by Germany. But the materials that they would get would create a variety in hue for the green tone. So when you mess with that in the game, a lot of times if somebody's... yeah, of that I don't doubt, Chuck. Yeah, for sure. All that's required is that they have to be a certain... there's like certain parameters that it has to be set between, and as long as you're in the middle of there, the military will take it. And especially when you're under the duress of like being like of an invasion, you know, you're like, okay, yeah, just give us whatever, it'll be fine, as long as it's not like that. It's just not like super bad. But I think that's cool because I think historically speaking, that's a really neat fact. So I really like to have some variety in it, even when I'm playing. Like not Infinity, that's probably not a good idea, but when I'm playing other games, oh man, what's a good example? I've definitely done this in other games where I've created differences in tone on the different colors. It could still just be bolt action, just a different army. It was 40k and 30k, because in 30k, a lot of people like to keep the armor marks the same throughout the squads, and I was like, mix it up, man. These guys are like, hey, we're in the middle of a war, we're just gonna put whatever we can get and strap it on our body. Yeah, Flames of War is a great game, by the way. I used to play, that was one of the very first big events I went to. I went to a World War II gaming convention in New Orleans at the World War II Museum. Great time, by the way. But what I am going to elect to do, because I could probably do it before we have to leave, I'm going to finish up these two models. This one is a bit weird because there's a guy on the base I was going to paint his jacket a different kind of brown, so I can't finish this one quite yet. But I guess I'll finish this guy at least. This one I have to do the Russian green for the gear, because again in a wartime setting, and I'm sure even still today, they tend to paint metal things all the same color because it implies that it's like like the standard issue gear. And it also makes it easier to like maintain and all that. So when you get something, it's like it's all the same color. So in this case, it's gonna be Russian green, which I'll do later. But I'll finish up this guy at least for tonight, and I'll show you how I do the basing because it's super cool. So I'll take the black. We just have to finish the black stuff on this model, and I think he's done. And and then the basing, which is also kind of black. Where's my black? Well, poop. I can't find my black. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, Flames of War was a really good game. I don't know what happened to that game. From what I understand, it got kind of weird. And like I said in the Arachne episode of the narrative, I absolutely adore any game that gives you constraints, and that game has a really cool restraint system in that, or I'm sorry, constraints, where you can only bring things that were actually in a certain battle, which limits your ability to bring the stuff that might be the most optimal. So it's like, if you're playing Germans and you really like to play an infantry division, not all infantry divisions had access to like Tiger tank support or whatever. So like in Flames of War, if you're playing specific battles, you just may not get access to a Tiger tank. And then you got to start making like decisions. And I think that is just such a cool part of gaming, where you have to make decisions based on actual historical facts or the constraints that people in the real world would have. And what a day to talk about it, right? Because Memorial Day, which of course today, if you're listening to this, please take the time to stop and at least mentally thank any person that serves in the military, served in the military, for all the hard work they do, because that's what today is actually about. So thank you, people like Charles, who serve in the military and do things to protect the rest of us. Even though they might not think that they're doing a lot, the U.S. military is
one of the most beneficial things on the earth in a lot of ways. At least in my opinion. To a lot of different people. It may not seem like it when you're in the middle of it, but I think the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Army are, and the Air Force, are all vital components to current modern day. Well, there's that too. Well, whatever. I'm just saying military stuff in general. Memorial Day is also my uncle's birthday. My dad is Veterans Day, and my uncle is Memorial Day, which is ironic. So my dad is November 11th. Yeah, whatever. I'm stupid. We all know that, right? Listen, I have people who are amazed that they come into my office and it's June 6th and I'm like, Happy D-Day. And they're like, what? I'm like, it's D-Day, you know? You know what D-Day is? And they're like, no. I'm like, okay, lay on the table, please. But then, you know, when it's... I'm going to go on a bit of a tirade here. But then when it's like 420, people are like, oh my god, it's a holiday. I'm like, alright, guy. I did not join the military. I did think about it. But I found out that apparently the military is not a huge fan of Kairos. So I decided against it. It is, but yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I know. I think it's funny that you think it'd be a day that people knew on some level, right? You're like, oh yeah, D-Day. You think they would talk about it like on the news or something. Or, you know, of course, like Pearl Harbor, December 11th. You just kind of take a moment, think about it. Which is one of the reasons why I like historical so much, because it's like, if you stop and think about some of the things that people have done in like wartime situations, especially, it's kind of crazy. So I have nothing but respect for the military. And some of my favorite patients are in the military, especially Vietnam vets. I adore Vietnam vets. They are some of my favorite people. I do not say Happy Pearl Harbor. I say something along the lines of, today is a day of infamy. Just, you know, make sure you keep it in mind. Happy Pearl Harbor. No. Oh, are they real? TRICARE's allowing Cairo finally? Freaking finally. Just want to know if they're a military... yeah, medical facility. That's not surprising. Because for a really long time there, they were not commissioning Kairos. They were allowed to. Apparently the Pentagon made it legal, like, however many years ago, but I guess the Pentagon was pretty, like, against it for some reason. They really never found out why. I bet I know why. But I'm glad to hear that. Because I've definitely treated people with VA benefits. Obviously, that's obviously not quite the same, but like I said, absolutely some of my favorite people. Should probably put this sucker in there. Anyway, right now I'm just painting the black. So the black on the gun. Anybody that paints a gun silver, again, I'd like to say that's not how that works. I know some people have guns that are silver, but it's not common in a wartime situation. Most guns are black. Again, not always, but because obviously you see a lot of 1911s that are silver, but I think in most wartime situations they paint them black, because I'm assuming that's mostly for like corrosion, for like wear and tear. Chuck, you might know more than me on that one. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. You're right about that, Tizzy. Okay, so the black is all in the spots it's supposed to be. Russians always wore black boots. Even their snow boots are black. In this case, they're just wearing straight up regular boots. So, painted all that black. Next, we're going to take out the other miracle color that I think if you were to buy nothing else from Monument Hobby, this would be the one. It is blue-black. It's definitely one of the best things they've ever made. It is the perfect way to highlight blacks. I saw Tim comment in the chat. I will check it in 1 second. What was it? What time? Oh god. I love how much crap we give that guy. Oh, what did your wife say, Tizzy, about coming on and painting? Okay, so little reflective surfaces. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I knew bluing is what stops it, but I wasn't sure if like if they were like black, it was like a more thorough bluing effect. Oddly enough, I learned about bluing from the Malifaux RPG, because you can blue your guns and that. And I was like, bluing? What the heck is that? I look it up. I was like, oh, that's actually kind of neat. I didn't know that. Which, I'm not a huge gun guy. I like them, and I respect them, but I do not own any. Not yet, anyway. Took a gun class and all that. We were getting ready to get one for home defense, but then like life gets weird, and we didn't have it in the money. We didn't have it in the funds. She's not opposed, but she did not think she would be. It doesn't matter if you're entertaining. It's why I'm here. I'm here to take the hits. She's here to just make fun of me. I would say let's aim for a couple weeks. Maybe next week. Let me see if nothing gets weird. And I'll reach out to you later. If she's down, of course. So we're just taking that black and just picking out the tops of the black parts, and it like almost immediately adds depth. Just like some fantastic depth. Like you can see it on the boot, the back of this boot. You're like, boom! You just start seeing that definition pop out. It's crazy how fast it works for the black. I'll put this a little bit in the back of his head. Again, not a whole lot there. There's not a whole lot to see, but the blue back instantaneously just adds. Is considerable, and I even added like black on the sides of like the latches for the phone, the field telephone. I'm gonna double check. I think the field telephone, just to make sure.
It doesn't have any like weird colors in there or anything. It's probably just mostly black. Yeah, it's black with like some, looks like goldish dials. I'm not gonna worry about that. That's a little too in the weeds even for me. I don't really care that much. So next, again, depending on how you like to paint, this could be a bit of a maybe like a faux pas in some ways. I like to take a bright blue to really start making that black come out into its own. And I keep knocking over this stupid glue bottle. Me and glue don't get along. Where did that blue go? Lothern blue is one of the colors that has been a holdout from GW for me. It is a color I buy with a lot of frequency. If I could find it, I could show it to you. There's. Still haven't unpacked everything from Squaggles. So Lothern blue. I actually think that GW's air colors are really good. They don't go bad quite as quick, I guess, because they actually really are legitimately air worthy. Maybe add a little bit of thinner, like 1 drop of your thinner of choice. I use Vallejo. I think it's not important. Can't find it. But anyway, I take this. I just take a little scoop, usually with a poopy brush. Slap it on there. And we're going to do this in like kind of a multi-tiered thing. So here's the blue-black. You take a little spot, you take a little scoop, swing it in there until you get to a point where it just starts to change color. And again, you can see that these are 2 different colors. It's very subtle. If you are feeling the need to do it, you can make that contrast even higher, which I think I will. So I just add a little blue, add a little more of that blue. There you go. That I like a little bit better, because that's clearly like a different kind of, that's a different black blue. Did Charles ever tell you about the time I outshot him and I completely made up an arm contest? Made up. I think I remember hearing somebody talk about it, but I don't know the specifics of it. No. She is not opposed. I busted enough rust in the ears that I tend to neglect my wounds. For sure. Well, take care of your stuff, Charles. Guns are expensive. You know how many armies you could buy for a single gun? She thought you were funny. The list of friends I have that she likes is incredibly low. Well, I'm honored. Thank you. I thought she was cool. I don't want to say like making fun of you is like the way to get to Dylan's heart or whatever, but she's sassy. I'll give her that. She got a little sass, and I like that. I like sassy ladies. So again, we're just gonna take this new blue-black. And right there, I just put a little bit where you can see clearly, I've started highlighting. I haven't highlighted the rest of it, but you can clearly see it's like, boom. Your eye is drawn to that thing. So put this on top of this. And again, you just want to be careful. You don't want a whole lot. Again, it's one of those situations where less is more. You don't even really need to worry about how light works in this case. Just put it in there. Just to give it a little, like, depth. I'm sure you two are perfect for each other. In a good way. I'm not even saying that sarcastically. Like, I legitimately think you guys probably really love each other. So now I'm gonna just get some of the high points on the metal. Now, obviously this is metal, so we're gonna go high contrast on this, so we're actually gonna go up to a straight white at the very end of this. Again, kind of keep in mind the light source, top and to the right. Let's do a little pecs. We've maintained 7 viewers for quite a while. If you are here, thanks for coming to watch me this late, well, early in the day, however you want to look at it. This is the trial run for the Monday streams that we will be doing. So if you found this entertaining and would like to hang out with us, Monday is when we're doing this. Probably most of Monday night, Eastern American time. But I might be on here Sundays. It just kind of depends on if I'm busy on Sundays. I think next Sunday I may be busy because Iron Welds are going on, and me and Kara might be going kayaking or something or another. But it just kind of depends. If I can get on, I will get on.
I would actually probably do even... I could probably even do almost every night, but Tim does a lot of other stuff with the network. So I can't get on those nights, but something to keep in mind. Get the telephone. Okay, sweet. And so then now to do a little more highlighting on how to highlight to straight white without fear. No. I did say that earlier in the stream, where white is probably the tutorial I've been asked about to do the most. I have almost done it like 6 billion times where I've had everything ready for it, and then something happens and I just don't do it. I can do it on here. So my hope was, I have this cyberpunk lady. I'm going to paint her suit white. I'm going to give her a white suit. So that is going to be how I do it on stream. I'll probably do it next week, where I can finally show people how that works. So again, now we're mostly blue. This is very powerful. You're going to want to be careful where you put it. Just be nice and light with it. Give it a little, just a little boop, and then back away. And honestly, when it comes to painting, if you don't like painting, something that you think of is like how long it takes. The thing that I had to overcome is I learned that when you're painting a color, the base coat takes probably the longest, especially if it's you having to paint something where you don't want to get paint on something else, so you want to be neat. I forgot to get the boot here on that last one. But the highlights are actually really quite quick. And everybody says I'm a great painter. And quite honestly, it's like I don't spend a ton of time with each layer. A lot of it just comes down to being able to approximate, yeah, this is kind of the color level you want it to be at when you do the transition. And you just have to know how much to put on before it becomes like too much, which just comes with a lot of practice, right? I'm not the best painter in the world. I actually, funnily enough, I don't win very many painting awards, but I win enough of them to say that I probably am a pretty good resource in this regard. So we'll take what I say with at least a bit of with a grain of salt in a lot of ways, but the point I'm getting to is that highlighting doesn't take like that long most of the time. Some colors are a little more tricky than others. Yellow is a good example of that. Yellow can take forever, where the actual highlighting of yellow probably takes longer than the base coat, but with only a few exceptions, I would say highlighting doesn't really take that long. Okay, going in here again with that even more blue, black, just kind of getting it out. So now that we're messing with metallic surfaces, you want those highlights to be pretty fine, and you love edges. Edges on metallics are always going to be some of the shiniest because that's where light catches. Just because of the way the shininess of it exists. So you want to make sure that the highlights on those things are pretty concise, if that makes sense. And again, a lot of times I think people kind of get caught up in like where they think the highlight should go. Kenny from The Long War was the first person to say it, where it made sense to me. He said, "You're not a light scientist, just put the paint on there." Have all these stormtroopers and clone troopers. Once you learn where the highlight fall on them, all they are quick until. Yeah, right, exactly. So, and even then, a lot of times it's like just put it on there. It's like, don't think about it too much. Yeah, Kenny. From my understanding, I'm going through a bit of a rough time lately, because I think he broke up with his fiance or whatever. I don't know all the details on that, but he is definitely someone I took a lot of early influences from. I think I've made my own style from his, but he was also very high contrast stuff, and that I kind of
took that with me. All right, so now I'm mixing in white. So as you can see, again, this is all in my how to paint black without fear tutorial. Pretty much the exact same colors. And I just mixed in a little bit of the white that I had earlier from up there. Just mixed it in. Again, very, very powerful. You're just going to tap it wherever you would like that white to be. And this is more for just making it look good. This is very unrealistic, especially in a military setting. Like if there was something this briny and this shiny and bright, you would have your head popped off by a sniper. So if you ever go to a wartime situation, don't be bright. Again, we want nice shiny boots, just for fun. A lot of times, the amount of highlighting you can do on boots is kind of a waste of time because with historicals especially, they really, really look good if you weather them up a little bit. In this case, it's going to be snow and brick dust, which I will show momentarily. I can't show you the snow quite yet because you do have to varnish a model before you put that on there. Can you take this white, and I'm gonna do way more of the rim than I probably would if it was another color. And then I'm just gonna do like a straight little line and expand it just a tiny bit. Maybe do a couple little lines going down just to give it a little bit of an impression of like maybe cuts, scratches in the metallic surface. Again, come up here, give it a little tap, tap. Dip, 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 potato chip. Dip, dip, potato chip. Dip, dip, potato chip. Boom, 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 boom. And I have the advantage of having an absolute buttload of time practicing doing this crap. So me picking out the highlight points is, honestly, I don't even really think about it. I'm just like bang, bang, boom, boom. I just slap them on there. I really am not thinking about it very much. Because a lot of it just comes down to confidence. But the only key is you just want to make sure you're light about it. If you put too much, you're going to give yourself a lot of trouble. So there you go. As you can see that nice bright line on that gun, I would even maybe expand that just a little bit more. And then I'm going to take a pure white on the very, very hard edge there. You probably only want to do like a pure white on a metallic and make it real light. And again, this is not something you would see in real life. This is just something purely because we're model painters. So there you go. Just got to do a little red star, which is easy. Just take a dark red, carefully paint it in. You don't want to paint on the Anshunka. Cool. Then I would take a fairly bright red, just because I don't want to waste time doing 13 layers on something that's smaller than the point of a pen. So I'd take a nice bright red. Anyone, doesn't really matter. And just kind of give it a little dab, give it a little impression. You're like, boom, you know exactly what that is. If you've seen any movie, Enemy at the Gates, great example. You know exactly what that is. So now, the model actually looks, to me it still looks like poop, but to most people they'd be like, wow, this is great. What a great model. I am going to do the base. So the basing, for all of my concrete type materials, so in this case city, like that's broken up rubble, is done by, I still haven't got my little thing. Yeah, again, you just kind of find some poopy brush that you don't care about all that much. Let's put a good example. I have a lot of brushes. Many of them I need to actually throw away, which I have actually been doing lately. I promise. Yeah, here you go. That's probably not even a great example either. You want something you can dry brush with that isn't gonna like spread all over everything. Okay, here you go. This is perfect. So like, just some piece of junk brush that still has some bounce on the brush. So what you do is you take a blue-gray, in this case, white blue. So white blue is actually something you're going to see next week, because this is how you do white. This color right here, this is the key. So you take a little white blue, the Vince Ventrella. For a long time, I used a Vallejo color called white, pale gray blue. As you can see, they're pretty similar. This one has a little bit more blue in it, so I've kind of... It's kind of hard to see in the camera, but... As you can see, the white blue definitely has a lot more white in it, this one being a little more on the blue side. They both do the same job pretty well. I've liked this one for painting white a little bit more, just because it's already a little bit more on that white side, but honestly, you can get away with either one. What I've noticed with that other one is if you do it and you put it in with white and you don't get the mix quite right, it has this like weird look that's hard to not see. I don't know how to describe it, so I'm not going to go into it, but it's something that bothers me. Anyway, but the base is all painted black because it's going to be concrete. It's really hard for me to not put my arm on that thing. So I'm just going to dry brush, and you're going to notice it's going to immediately start coming to life. Now this is a little bit on the heavier side of dry brushing. Because we don't want it to be black. So this is going to be Stalingrad specific rubble. Or in the case of me and my buddy, since there were no Fallschirmjäger at Stalingrad, we're going to be doing more like Leningrad per se, but you know, that's whatever. Really just get in here. Hopefully I'll be able to paint some Black Death. And the cool thing about doing stuff with like snow or areas with a lot of foliage, so even like the woods or like prairies or whatever. In this part of the model here, I made a bit of a boo-boo where there's like a little recess there where you can clearly see where the metal model was like stuck to the thing. You don't have to worry about that when you have snow and all that, because you can just stick snow there and it just hides it. So it gives you like an extra layer of basing protection. So what I also recommend is you just take some of that white blue, really dry it off. Now, if you... not anymore. Now the boot is pretty pristine. When you're walking around in the dust of a city where people used to live, it's going to get on your boots. So you're going to take the dry brush, and again, you want to really make sure you got a lot of it off, and you're just going to dry brush on it, just to make it look like there's some dust stuck to it. I would work up the boot a little bit. Again, it's going to stick mostly to the hard edges. That's where you're going to notice those kinds of things. And I would even stick it on the coat just a little bit towards where the feet are going to meet. You could do it a little bit on anything that's sitting in the dust as well. So like boxes, good example. Because with the wind whipping around and people shooting at each other, stuff like this is going to happen. And again, do it on the other boot. Just give it a little bit of a light dry brush. Again, kind of pick out the bottom of the coat just to make it look like this guy's been running around. You do not want to overdo it. This is one of those things where if you do overdo it, it'll look weird. Yeah, stick it a little bit on the box. And you might it'll make it really blend into the base, which in some ways is not a good thing. But we're gonna fix that, don't worry. So don't worry. I said don't worry. Don't panic. Deep breaths. I'm a doctor. I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing a lot of times. Okay, so dry brushed. As you can see, it all kind of blends it in, where now he's become a part of the universe that the base is meant to represent. He's now essentially like a part of it, because he's been, yeah, sort of a doctor. He's been rapidly overtaken by his surroundings, let's just put it that way. So now what we do is take a little pure white, again, put it on there, junky brush. Try and get as much of the excess paint off as you can. Again, I give it a little bit of lick just to get the extra stuff off. And you're going to do this on the upper parts of the base to give the concrete a little bit of depth. Now this I would not put on the model. If it was desert, I would, because the color of the desert is probably the part that's getting whipped around. A lot of this stuff is just kind of thinking about the actual natural way of how like certain materials work. So like sand blows around, so the upper part of a base for like a desert planet would probably be more the desert sand color, while in this case pure white is pretty rare. And most buildings aren't white, so this is purely just used as a highlight. That's a really bad description of what I'm talking about, because I probably contradicted myself, but I'm just going to shut up. So, again, give it a little bit of a highlight. Now, that alone, again, might really be worth it, where you're just like, dang, this guy is looking like he's in the middle of a city. Make sure you throw the brush. Now, what I would do, in the case of Stalingrad was known for having like a lot of red buildings, especially like buildings back then. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a red. One of my favorite reds is the red from Chimera. We're not going to need a whole lot of this. And we're going to essentially tint this concrete color with the red. And again, you don't need a whole lot of this. So that's probably way more than you would ever need in this case. So wash it off, get a lot of this off. Fill the brush up, get some paint in there. Not a whole lot going on in there. It's kind of up there in the tip. Make sure you don't go to the furrow. And so what you do is you're going to pick spots where you're like, oh, this would be red. So like, let's just say right here in front of them, you're going to take this red and you're just going to kind of tint it. Now, the highlighting you did with the white and all that will highlight this for you because the paint is so thin. So you put it in there. Boom, 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 boom. And the more you do this, the redder it's going to be. So if you're like determined that a single part of your base is like a really like kind of deep red, then you just keep going for it. So I think this needs a little bit more on the red side. Now, a lot of times it depends on the building, but a lot of red, like brick buildings aren't really red. They're more of like a reddish brown, probably. Now, because of what we're going for here, because we're looking for like actual things that draw your eye, this might be a little too red for a brick building. Some brick buildings are probably this red. Whether that was the case in Stalingrad, who knows, right? There's like billions of buildings. I wouldn't be too picky. It gets the point across. That's kind of what I'm getting at. So here, boom. So now that looks like red brick. Kind of looks weird. Just being out in the middle of nowhere. But it will be fixed when you put the snow on there, because what that will do is disguise the transitions. So if you have like all this going on, and then you put snow like on here and on there, and it's just like, oh, there's snow, and then, oh, boom, there's like red. It really makes it work. And again, I'm doing way more than you would ever need to do for like a historical model. I'm just super picky and stupid. Just put some there.
Because now it looks like a mixture of sidewalk and building that crumbled around him. So like a Pavlov's house kind of situation. Even though I think Pavlov's house wasn't made of brick. I'm pretty sure it was made of wood. But whatever. I'm probably the only one stupid enough to want to know that. The grain elevator. Let's just say it's the grain elevator. Even though that was more green. There you go. So that model is sort of officially done. The last thing I'm going to do, this is me personally. I'm going to paint the ring on the model black. I think that model's finally. I think that bush is finally done. I don't think he's going to survive much more. So again, take some black. Yeah, that's black. Paint the rim. It's one of the last things you're going to do. Painting the rim to me is kind of the indication that you're done painting a model. In this case, I have to do one more step, but we'll take that on in a second. People that don't paint their base rims after the model is done are, in fact, psychopaths. Because if you don't paint that black rim, your painting does not have a frame. So there's no like hard stopping point for the human eye to be like, oh, look, the model's done. While that's drying, I'm gonna go grab something to prove a point. But I'm still on the microphone.
Hey everyone, this is Soundroll. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Okay, so this is what it essentially is going to look like when it's all said and done. We're still going to put some snow on there, but it's just going to kind of make everything blend together a little bit more. I'm going to put a unit ranking on the back, just so that in the heat of the battle, because I'm going to be looking at the back of my models probably more than anything else, just to tell me what it is. In bolt action, it's kind of hard to tell who's part of what, because there's not like separate pieces of armor or whatever. So I'm gonna put like I'll put like a purple bar or something like that, just so when I look at it, I'm like, oh, purple means artillery observer or whatever. So that's purely for me. But yeah, this is pretty much what it's going. It's pretty much all said and done. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I brought over my COs. They are completely done. So just again, as a kind of like a proof of concept, this is what he's going to look like after you put the snow on there. The snow really adds some atmosphere to it. He looks like he's been through hell. Just to put it, there's a reason he's wearing that coat. So again, when you look at the base, it's mostly that asphalty color, but then you let some of that red stick out, and it's just like bam, you just see it, and your brain fills in the hole of like, oh, I know what that is. And so this is the major. This is the big boy in charge. Again, he's wearing his little Ushanka. These are metal models, so they got some heft. And then this is the lieutenant or lieutenant, based on where you are. Running around with that PPSH. Again, same concept. That concrete-y color is down there, and then the red stuff, the red parts of it really stick out. There are those black fur boots that they have, and they came out really good. This jacket I don't think is standard issue because it has fur lining on it. I don't know where he got this. I couldn't find a reference photo for this thing, but I was like, maybe he stole it. He's in charge, so he gets to pick what he wears. And again, there's like a unit
a unit badge. So I'm like, oh, that's the CO. So I have a little. He has an assistant, so he's got the same little bar. But yeah, there you go. That's essentially what they're going to look like when they're fully done. And I think an entire army that looks like this would be damn impressive. Quite honestly. Not to toot my own horn here, but again, one of those situations where you can really clearly see that 5 o'clock shadow. About there. So that 5 o'clock shadow looks really good on him. And yeah, one of the hardest part about historical is just making sure you paint everything the right color. Russians especially, because they'll paint different, or they'll color their like straps differently. So a lot of the stuff on their belt is going to be brown because it's actually leather, but then all of a sudden they'll have a certain bag that's all of a sudden they painted their khaki color. The gun belts are always usually also that khaki color. I couldn't tell you why they switch it, but they do. And it's a little difficult, especially with historical photos, because a lot of times people will paint them and they'll do painting tutorials, but they won't paint them the right color because they're like, yeah, they don't really care. So it's like, yeah, you know, it's brown, it's a leather bag or whatever, who cares? Especially American ones, especially before 1942. Oh my God, those uniforms were complicated with the twills and all that stuff. Gross. Anyway, but I think he makes a great little addition to him, and I think Army painted up that standard's probably gonna do really well. Most people that paint historicals do not put nearly as much detail into it as we just did. If you do this, you will turn some heads. I'll just tell you that right now. When I sold, I had a Russian army before that I sold because I was moving up here actually, and I was like, I don't want to bring all these armies up here with me, and I sold it, and I kind of regret it. It was a summer outfit uniform, but sorry, Charles, I don't know what to tell you. Your stuff looks fine. Your stuff looks great. Don't use me as a reference. You saw I've been painting for literally 3.5 hours, and I painted his hat, the straps, and the black parts of his the black parts, and then the base and stuff. It's like this took me so long to paint. Also, I was being waterboarded and all that stuff. Mind you, that does take some time, but you might have a little more competition when you're not up against Tim. He doesn't know how to. I'm doing my best not to cuss. He doesn't know a darn thing. I did. Listen, I don't know how else to say it. I'm just trying to be like I don't want to have fake sincerity. Charles, you're like one of the best painters that I know for sure. I am a jerk. That's true. So I'm just gonna put purple on the back of his base just as a unit signifier, and then I'll varnish him, and then I'll throw the snow on there, but I won't do that on here because that'll take too long. I'm trying not to give insincere compliments. I mean, well, that's the thing, though. I hate my painting. Everybody's like, oh my God, Dylan, you got you're so good at painting. I'm like, my stuff looks terrible. Don't stop making fun of me. It is like it's the stream. It brings out the worst. It brings out the worst. It brings out the worst in you. You got out just in time, Tizzy. A guy came to my door and made me sign a contract. He's like, you're gonna be a dick. But I don't want to. He punched me in the face. Oh, was that one Phil? Anyway, yeah, so that's perfect. Just on time. I'm only 20 minutes late. Make sure you close up your thing. Absolutely love this thing. Especially that I used the wrong sized thing because I'm stupid. But yeah, there you go. Painted him. Finished up the medic for the most part. We still got to do the rest of the stuff on this, but in anything, it's a really good example of this is what he looks like he's finished, and so that guy is done. The medic is, for all intents and purposes, done. I still got to do the red on the Ushanka for the star, but when you look at it, like the difference the base makes is crazy. you're just obviously it just looks way better just because the pictures has a full frame. And same thing here, the mortar. It's just like day and night when you have the whole thing painted. And so even with this thing, the mortar, I believe this is a medium mortar. So this would be Russian green. I have to find it, but I know I did. I know I did find it, but yeah, this is Russian uniform. It's going to be like a color like this. It's going to be a little darker green than this, but you essentially paint the whole thing. This would be one of the things that you could even wash to be like, oh yeah, there's the depth or whatever, and then just kind of slowly work out from there. I'm stupid and crazy, so I'm not going to do that because I hate myself. So brown violet. I know I have Russian uniform over here somewhere. Yeah, here it is, Russian green. So you're going to paint it like that. And then I would work it up with like a bleach bone color, because especially with military history stuff, you almost always highlight things with bleach bone because of the way things get exposed to the sun. That's a sun thing. So yeah, that's where I would go from here. These guys will probably be done by the time I come back, unless I paint tomorrow somehow, if something happens. If I can, I will paint tomorrow, but I seriously doubt it'll happen. And if anything, we might paint something else. But these guys will be done by next Monday. I said I was going to paint white, so I'll probably paint this Cyberpunk chick for the Cyberpunk miniatures game. Also a fantastic game. I can show you guys how to paint white without fear before everybody else, because I will make a tutorial for it at some point. And then after that, it's kind of up for whatever. I have to finish some of these other guys for the Russians. And again, there's like a lot of Cyberpunk stuff that I have. I play the law guy, so this is one of the dogs. And then I got a lot of Bushido to paint. So a lot of Silver Moon stuff. There's a lot of cool things you can do with that. If anything, let me go get that. Even though I'm only talking to Tizzy and Chuck for the most part. One of the models I had finished, but have not had a chance to dry brush, or to varnish, for Silver Moon Syndicate, which is the criminal organization one. Oop, sorry, sent you guys on a little bit of a trip there with that wire. Is this guy who works with the sumo wrestlers. He's like a criminal that works for them. He was one of the things I'm still working on is freehand. So I freehanded like a koi fish. I think it's a koi fish. I freehanded that sucker on the back. I think it's okay. It's not great. I noticed the imperfections of it, but it's fine. People see it and be like, oh, cool. And always working on the non-metal metallics. So I painted the sword non-metal metallic. Just to get some more practice on that, but it is very mid. You're right. Thank you, Tizzy. But yeah, this one was actually really cool to paint. One of the cool things about Bushido models is that they are fast to paint, because most of the time they're like, oh yeah, it's a guy who's wearing a shirt and some pants and he's got a knife, and you're like, all right, sweet. Just slap it on there and they're done. And you can do a lot of really cool things with them. And this is Joom, I believe is how you say it. He's like an assassin, so he's really interesting because he has a lot of multi-layered jackets and swords and all that stuff. He's throwing a Deeezaster! But there's also like Budos and stuff, which are the sumo wrestlers, and then you have like weird stuff like this, where it's just an astronaut guy with a with a weapon that is a stick of rebar and a shield made out of a solar panel. Because sure, why not? So yeah, I am actually going to glue the stuff on the bases before I get yelled at by Kara tomorrow. So if anybody has any questions about anything, GCT's models are very good. My one complaint about GCT is that they've recently moved to this resin for a lot of their new stuff, and it's brittle. So like that hand is a good example. All those fingers pop right off. I think he's also supposed to have something in his mouth. He's like chewing on a toothpick, I think. No, mine. If he did, mine's not on there. But their sculpts are really good. But I'm not a huge fan of their new PVC. It's very, 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 very brittle. But just gotta be careful. Obviously, that's why we do magnets. Anyway, yeah, so if anybody has any questions, I will be here for probably a few more minutes. And just to kind of go over it real quick, so the way I do basing, when it comes to the lunar stuff, it is no longer metal. No, they've been moving away from metal. So I use the glue. It's actually, I think I got this out of Depticon. Yeah, it's been a little while since they've released something in metal. I think the Inari box was the very first thing they released that wasn't metal. And because this is a super glue and I'm really going to need to spread it out, I get like an old airbrush needle. Because I've broken a lot of airbrushes in my day. Just kind of splurt it on there. Take the needle. Spread it around. Get good coverage on the base. It's okay if you don't have perfect coverage, as long as you get most of it. Because you just want things to look realistic. Good thing about nature is that it is, in fact, very random. So, get some glue on there like that. You take your basing whatever, stick it in there. Knock off the excess. I used to use Elmer glue for this, but eventually came to the point where I was like, I just want it to dry. So I don't waste my time with that anymore. And then, boom! He looks like he's running around on the moon. Little cleanup to take the stuff off of his feet and stuff, but really quick and easy way to do it, especially if somebody's walking around in a kind of rocky area. I used to use Elmer's. Like I said, it became more of like a time thing, and I kept losing it. Hence, Operation Clean My Desk. Oh, another thing we can always paint too is 15mm Napoleonic. It's on the desk. Gotta clean it. Anyway, that's the Velvet Dagger again. Did you hear it? They look great. Like how yeah. It is the best 4 days in gaming. Yeah, Adepticon is top notch. Actually, it's funny. I was talking to one of my buddies today, the guy I was playing Malifaux with. I told him that he has somewhat of an advantage because he doesn't have to worry about the old con hall for Adepticon because he wasn't able to go last year. And even though we kept inviting him, but he couldn't come. So the first Adepticon he's going to is going to be in the new one. So he's not going to know kind of the sad part of leaving behind the Schönberg. Because it was a good haul. Oh, the I forget what they call those models. They release one a month. This thing. The Emperor's New Clothes. Yeah, he didn't survive the trip so hot, but yeah, we can probably do that. I would love to paint display stuff for the stream. Oh my god, I would love that. I also just got this from a Kickstarter. From Chimera. They're starting to release some models. This like vampire chick. It's a bit bigger. It's like I think it's 75. Yeah, 75 mil. Some different options on there. They also painted it like humany on there. So I'd like to paint some. I would really love to paint more stuff like this. The problem is since I'm painting stuff for other people, I always feel kind of guilty when I paint like display pieces. Like if I'm painting stuff for a game, I can kind of get over myself. But when you're painting like display pieces for other people when they're waiting for you to do, you know, whatever, I get kind of guilty. once the Malifaux stuff is done, I'll paint whatever. So yeah, keep posted on that. We're up to 9 viewers, guys. Thanks for sticking around. 2:30 in the morning. Well, at least for me. Stayed on a little bit later than I was expecting, but that's fine. I've actually been really enjoying this, which is a good sign that I'll keep doing this. And in a fitting way, the glue that I bought at Adepticon has run dry. Operation Clear the Desk has worked at least a little bit today. I've managed to get rid of a glue bottle. I've only offered on display piece, but I never got it. Some dumb foot tall pink guy. Oh, I missed his purple. I still have it. There's nothing I enjoy more than throwing something away. I could get up and go get that glue, but I don't wanna. So I'm gonna use this incredibly dangerous, incredibly thin PVA, which is just destined to be a problem. Everywhere I go, there's lover spats. Got some silence from Chuck. Am I missing something here? Should be 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. Okay, guys, it has been stellar hanging out with you. I really appreciate all the support everybody's given me. It actually does help me quite a bit. I get to do something I really enjoy, and it helps me out. Hopefully the set scene things won't mess up again, so things will look a little better next time. But that's what this is, isn't it? Just making excuses. Okay, so guys, I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your morning, night, evening in the case of Chuck, and thanks for hanging out with me. That's true. I love you guys. I will potentially see you tomorrow. I wouldn't count on it, but just in case, I might. And if not, I might have to record Calamity Jack tomorrow. Yeah, thank you, Chuck and Tizzy, for coming and hanging out with me the most, for sure. I have a feeling you guys will be the biggest fans, which I really appreciate. I'm gonna go get some sleep. Good night. Bye.
Which is kind of brutal, especially when you have somebody like Toad